This is Sparta!
Welcome to the Lethal Geeks podcast. This is episode 25. How you doing, Rox?
I am doing all right, buddy. I am here. It has been a crazy week. The bots are out in full effect, but we're still doing our thing.
Still doing our
How
thing.
you been?
I've been doing pretty good, man. Here, everybody in the chat, if you notice, we are one member short here. Phil is out with an emergency, so he'll be doing his thing with his family. We do wish him well. So me and Rox is going to be running this show tonight. We have our guest backstage, Prime The Godfather, will be doing his journey tonight, and we got a whole host of topics to talk about tonight as well.
Packed amount of topics.
Oh yeah. So yeah, we're gonna be talking about the Naked Gun trailer. I want to dive right into that. We're gonna be getting into Nolan's new poster, Highlander, Jor-El,
Russell Crowe.
Russell Crowe. He's gonna be in it. We're gonna be talking about 007 as well. Denis Villeneuve, I believe, is going to be the director for that. Punisher. Some Punisher news there regarding him being in Spider-Man. We're also going to get into finally the Batman Part 2 script has been dropped. So that is Matt Reeves, our boy. So we're going to get into that as well. We're going to talk about Superman as well. We are also going to be talking about Transformers. So that is some surprising news that our boy Michael Bay has popped back up on the radar as helming another Transformers film. So I know people are eagerly anticipating that to find out what that's going to be about. And then we're going to be getting into our trending event. Rox, you got
July 11th. Oh, man, let's see what we got going on in the chat. Say hi to some of our fellow commenters today.
All right. Yeah, absolutely. You got it?
Who do we got? I don't have control of the chat. That's all you, Charles.
All right, no worries. I got you, brother. We're gonna go ahead first before we do anything. Everybody, welcome in. The rules of the platform here are pretty simple. You all know what it is. We don't care what side of the fandom you fall on, as long as you are respectful when you come in here. You can speak your opinion, voice your opinion, whatever it is, and that's it. And vice versa. If you have something to say and you truly, want to talk about gun in an open forum, in an open space, that's a safe space, you can do that here. So people in the chat that are Snyder fans, be gentle, be mindful as well. So that way, we can have a nice, so because if we have that
conversation with each other,
yeah, absolutely. So, all right, let's go ahead and jump right into the Lethal Geeks 1 year anniversary giveaway.
Charles, we got a photo that we can throw up for that. The promotional photo.
Let me see.
Should be there. It's the photo that's been on our social media, guys. You know which one I'm talking about.
Okay, hold on.
Just go to our Twitter page if you can.
Yeah, hang on a second.
But what do you have it? It should be at the top of our Twitter page. I think it's pinned at the very, very top. But while you're doing that, I'm going to start saying hi to some folks in the chat. We got Sergeant, welcome. Nice to have you here. Dennis Mendina. Always happy to have you here, sir. I see Ron E in the chat. Ron E, he has been all over my social media lately.
There it is.
Oh, you found it. Perfect. Ron E, I appreciate the work you've been doing on social media, buddy. Trust me, I see it. Gilmore Girls fan. She is one of our favorites here at the Lethal Geeks podcast. Thank you for being here, Gilmore Girls fan. Charles, you got that poster for me?
Yeah, I got poster. Hang on just a second.
Cool. Divas Masara in the chat as well. Final Girl Andrea, thank you for being here. Final Girl Andrea.
Can y'all see that?
Yeah, there. Yep, first post, Charles. There we go.
There we go. Right, share.
All right, guys. So you know what it is. This is our 1-year anniversary giveaway contest. We are doing this on all of our social media platforms. So if you go to our Instagram page, you will see this photo. If you go to our X page, you will see this photo. If you go to our Facebook page, our YouTube community platform, you will see this photo. All we are asking you to do is follow us on that platform and like the photo. If you guys do that, you will be automatically entered for your chance to win. It's a 1/6 scale Batman v Superman Dawn of Justice Batman statue. I believe this statue is like 1 in 300 or 400. I can't remember the exact number. And Phil's the one who actually has it in his possession. So I can't show it off to you guys tonight, but you guys know what it is. It's the McFarlane Batman v Superman 1/6 scale Batman statue. This is an awesome piece to have in your collection, and we will be giving it away on our 1-year anniversary stream, July 12th, 2025. That is our next stream, guys.
That's right. Ooh, what was the make number on that? Wasn't it like only like 500 and some odd of them made, or like
that's what I was saying. It
number?
was like, I think it was like 8 out of like 500 or something like that. I can't remember the exact number, but yeah, guys, very rare piece to have in your collection, and you chance to win it will be coming up on our very, very next episode. So make sure you guys have liked the photo. Make sure you're following us on all the platforms, and boom, that's all you guys got to do. And in our next episode, we will be announcing a winner.
That's it. All right. Thank you for that information there, Rox. Appreciate it here.
Before we jump forward, let's say hi to a few more people in the chat. We got a full house tonight, Charles.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and do this.
I see Final Girl Andrea. I shouted her out. NGTZ. That was he's another one who I see on Twitter all the time, fighting the good fight, man. We appreciate that so much.
Yeah.
What else you got?
Sergeant, what's up, brother? He says, how's it going, Charles? Hope you're not willing to give up on seeing Superman and Batman fight Brainiac and Deathstroke in their live action series, because we helped make Zack's JL Part 2 and 3 more epic.
No, man, we're not giving up the fight. We are not giving up. We are in this for the long haul. We want to see the full Zack Snyder DC vision come to fruition, guys. That is our goal. That is our mandate. That is why we are here.
Absolutely. All right, Dennis, how you doing, brother? He says, hey, guys, hopefully you will talk about the updates transfer. Oh, yep, that's there, brother. We are definitely talking about that.
Awesome. Who else we got there?
It's Final Girl. Let's see. All right. Excited since there's so much to talk about. I've
invested in the super flop drama. That is awesome. That is so cool.
Yeah.
But you know what? That's the thing. Her aunt is general audience, bro, and the general audience is out about all this stuff.
Exactly, and that's what we're trying to get people to understand is we want them to get their opinions of this stuff. We already know how we feel on either side of the fence, so yeah, that's what we want. Welcome, Final Girl. We got NGTZN. What up, family?
Yeah, Crown Loads.
Crown Loads.
Thank you for being here. Philip Anza, another regular. Thank you for being here, Philip. We appreciate it. Good evening, sir. Taylor West. What's up, everybody? Thank you once again. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Hey, everyone. Good evening. Dondre Lemaire.
All right. Welcome to the chat.
Ron
E. Hey, what's up? What's good, Ron? Me and Ron. Ron, it's me. Every time, generally when we're going back and forth, and that's who you're talking to. It's me. It's good to see you, brother.
Charles putting in that work on that Twitter page, guys.
Yeah. All right, you too, Marvel. All right.
Sandeep.
Sandeep.
Sergeant, awesome. All right, dude. Let's get the show going.
Yeah, we're gonna get this show on the road now. Let me go ahead and jump back to this stuff here. All right, guys, we are gonna go ahead and get into it. We're gonna go ahead and bring him to the stage. He's been here once before, hasn't he?
He was actually on our last episode. He showed up as part of the open panel.
Yeah,
was that our last episode? Or
I think so. Yeah, when we were rotating, right? When we were rotating.
Yeah.
All right. So you've probably seen him here before. This is Prime The Godfather. We're going to go ahead and bring him to the stage.
Welcome. Thank you for being here, Prime.
What's up, brother? Thank you so much for being a good sport, man, and coming back through and seeing us again. We really appreciate it.
No problem.
And we're gonna get right to it, man. Yeah, we're gonna start this fan's journey right off. I want to know, how did it all start? What was your first comic book? What was the one IP that got you into comic books? How did it all start?
Well, I started reading comics in 84.
Okay, you got some years on me, damn.
Yeah, I'm old. Yeah, I started reading comics in 84 because my grandfather, he had Superman #1.
Wow.
Yeah, he has it.
He still has it.
He still has it. My grandfather passed now, but he had Superman #1.
So is the comic still within your family?
Yes, it is.
That's amazing.
Oh, nice.
Yes, my dad has it in his capsule. It's sealed up. It ain't going nowhere.
Wow. Have you guys had it appraised?
Yes. It's sealed, dog. It's sealed. It's not going anywhere. But yeah, I got into comics back in 1984, and pretty much, actually, how it first started was, how I really got into DC. If people already know, is that watching Scooby-Doo and watching the Batman, the live action show, Adam West.
Gotcha.
So I watched that first. You know, that's just growing up. I watched Adam West. I watched Batman first, and then I got into the comics, and then after that, I just transitioned on from there. Of course, you watch Scooby-Doo with the Batman Adventures, and then I watched Super Friends, and then you had.
Oh man, you and me must be close in age. Then I'm 52.
I'm 48.
There you go. Yeah,
you guys got years on me,
he's
bro.
talking about all of the stuff that I used to watch when I was a kid. Did you watch?
Makes sense.
Yeah, did you watch the 67? I mean, obviously syndicated, but it ran in 67. But the Spider-Man that came out in 67.
Yes, I did.
That was like my first animated superhero cartoon. Was that? Yes.
Yeah, man. I got and then what really made me dive into comics, because my cousin, my first cousin, he is like a diehard Superman fan, like diehard. And I went to his house because I started reading comics, and I started reading comics. I went to his house. Had to be late 80s because I really didn't start getting real deep into comics until the 90s. So, and then when I saw his collection, when I'm talking about my cousin got a shrine, I don't mean no crazy, unlike no little stuff. You talking about a DC Superman fan? My cousin has a shrine. I'm talking about he had the pillows, the comforters, the lunchbox, every single book, toys, clips, buttons, shirts, hats. Superman fan to the fullest. So I dove into Superman. Then, of course, dived into Christopher Reeve and stuff of that magnitude. Because I didn't see Superman 1 because it came out in 78. I was only 2. Yeah. I really didn't get into Superman. I didn't watch Superman until about 83, 84, around that time. That's when I really first. Yep. That's when I really saw it. Because and I really started getting into stuff around that because I had to be 84. Yeah, I was about 6 or 8 years old around there. Yeah, about 6, 7 years old. Yeah. Let me see. Yep, around there. Yep. So that's when I really dove in, and I just went on from there. And that's when I really started doing my due diligence and reading comics from every single character, all the history, all the lore, all that stuff, every single thing. So That's why, I know what I know. I'm deep in DC.
Which like, were you more of a DC guy or were you more of a Marvel guy growing up reading the comics? What was your favorite? What stood out to you? What was your favorite of the characters? Like, obviously, I'm going to take a stab at it and say you're more of a Superman guy than a Batman guy.
Wrong, because
Batman.
I was
Batman.
at first,
he talked about it.
At first, let me tell you, because a lot of people, y'all gonna trip out, because Batman. Remember, I started watching Batman because of Scooby-Doo,
okay,
and Adam West. All right, I started watching Batman because of Adam West and Scooby-Doo, because you remember Scooby-Doo was in, Batman was in the Scooby-Doo, him and Batman and Robin and all that stuff like that. So I got intrigued with Batman there. Then I started watching Super Friends, but I was a Marvel guy at first, because I wasn't really diving into DC all that yet, because I love Spider-Man. I love X-Men, because what was the first thing? Because Spider-Man came out first because of the Spider-Man show. And then, of course, the Incredible Hulk with, what was his name? The live action Incredible Hulk show with Lou Ferrigno.
Yeah.
And then, it was another one. So I was in, because I was really, really into Spider-Man at first. But then what got me moving to DC, like I say, was Batman. And then I started watching Super Friends. And then that's when I started learning about the lore and stuff with the Trinity. So that's when I got into Diana. Well, I didn't call her Diana at the time, because I watched not Linda Hamilton, but god dang, Linda Carter. Linda Carter. I watched Linda Carter, Wonder Woman. I watched all, and like I said, I watched all that. But Marvel was first, and it what made me stray away from Marvel again. It was Super Friends. I started watching Super Friends, and then I watched Linda Carter, and then once I got into what was the thing that really, really got me with DC, it was the 90s when I really, really started going, like I say, diving into the books. And the first book, what got me with was Death in the Family. Okay. And that's what really got me. And again, like I said, and I did go back, but Death in the Family is the one that really transitioned me over from liking Marvel more. I mean, just not liking Marvel as much than I did DC.
Gotcha. That was, were you calling in, voting for Robin to die?
You know what? I didn't call in. I didn't, but I didn't do the other vote. I didn't do the vote. I wish I did, but I didn't do the vote. I didn't do the vote.
Do it now. Who would you have voted for Robin to die or for Robin to live?
I would have voted for him to die. I would have voted for Jason Todd to die. Yes. Because if you go back and you do, a lot of people didn't like Jason Todd. They didn't like him.
Yes.
They didn't like him at all. So, but other than that, I mean, it's so much that I go through this timeline, and I did like Superman, but the thing that stirred me away from Superman was because I watched a lot. I watched Christopher Reeve. I watched Super Friends, and I did read the books. But the thing that bothered me about Superman the most was that he started to get too overpowered. He was too much of a Boy Scout for me. I was more into more of the gritty stuff. I started to like more of Wonder Woman and more of Batman and Green Lantern and all that stuff, because if people don't know, because in the 90s they started to revamp. I don't know if y'all remember Green Arrow and Green Lantern. That series, when it was together, that was raw. Then I started to read, of course, Infinite Crisis and all that, because DC started to get a little bit more serious, because a little bit more serious. And I really didn't gravitate to Superman all like that. And the only reason why it got me back into Superman, it was 86. That's why I say it was 86 when John Byrne, he did Man of Steel. And then I read that. But then I saw all the complaints. All the complaints. Because what people were saying is that, well, he's overpowered. He's a Boy Scout. He really don't do nothing for me. And people wasn't relating to him. And then, and that's when I stirred away from it. Don't get me wrong. What got me back into Superman and I started loving Kal-El is when the New 52 started. When the New 52 started, that's when I started to like Kal-El.
And that's a big jump.
That's a big jump.
That's a big jump.
Oh yeah, from
90s to
right, because people fail to realize is that I know Superman, I like Superman, but I wasn't into him. I didn't get into him until the New 52 because in the Man of Steel comic, they kind of humanized him. They changed him. And I read some of the other ones. They tried to change them, and they did change them, but he started to get so OP. I didn't care for it. They started to get real OP with him. So I strayed away from him. And then again, dang, it's so much. And then the death of Superman happened. I read that. And then that got me back. That was good because the story was really intriguing. But the New 52, and then once Man of Steel came out, that's when I say, that's how I want Superman. Yeah. That's how.
Yeah, I was gonna say, man, having them OP like that takes away the stakes, the consequences. It takes away everything. It just
right.
There's no story.
When a character doesn't have vulnerabilities, they tend to become boring. So
right, and that was the thing, because I always wanted the character. I always wanted Cal to be. I never referred to him, and that was the thing. I will always refer to him as Kal-El, and people didn't really understood why I always called him Kal-El, because that's his name. So I didn't really call him Clark Kent. That's his alter ego. He is actually Kal-El. He is Kal-El, because and when you started reading a little bit more of the serious books of Superman and you start diving into it, you start to appreciate him. You really start to appreciate the character a little bit more. Yes, of course, I read the Golden Age. Yes, I read the Silver Age. Yes, I read the Bronze Age. All this stuff really didn't kick off until the Modern Age. And when the Modern Age kicked off, that's when DC really shined, because the Elseworld stories didn't get introduced until 87, if I'm not mistaken. Elseworld stories,
late 80s, early 90s.
Right, late 80s. Elseworld stories didn't get introduced until after Infinite Crisis, because it started to go all over the place, and then they started really started doing more mature stories then. And that's where DC shined, because again, like I always stated, our generation, because we grew up at that time, we grew up. So they went away from the kiddie style, the more joyful and all that stuff, because if people don't know, with the Adam West, they clowned Batman for a long time because they thought that's what Batman was.
Yeah.
And it didn't change. I'm all over the place because it's so much from that time frame. Forgot about Michael Keaton.
No, you're right. And you make an interesting point, man. And basically, if you boil it down to just that, that's basically what this fight is about. As silly as it sounds, it's just it's a generational fight. That's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a newer generation of people that don't necessarily find the more gladiator type Lord of the Rings epic style of storytelling. They don't find that interesting. They find goofy stuff interesting. So,
and it's a good thing you bring that up, because I've said this, and that's a good thing. Just with me, just a whole. I just know so much, and I understand the general audience and the casual audience, and I understand fans. And I also understand people that are aficionados. I understand people that are deep into the lore. But you also got to understand is that, and I really took this seriously when it came down to understanding people and their outlook when it come down to actual characters in the books. They gravitate to one particular style. All right. And
one version. Everybody's got that one version of their character.
One version, and people fail to realize there is a very big difference between actual source material and pop culture. Pop culture is what took over, and people are more, they gravitate to pop culture. For people that don't understand what pop culture is film. Pop culture is animation. It's not the actual source material. Don't get me wrong. Some of the films and some of the actual animations might put some of the material and might put it in there. But when you actually dive into the actual source material in the books, which a lot of individuals, they don't understand where a lot of the evolution and the different iteration, the different versions of the characters are where they come from. Because a lot of people are so stuck in continuity. Mm-hmm. And you forget, DC alone, their top stories is Elseworlds.
Yes.
It's Elseworlds and it's Multiverse. That's where a lot of their top stories come from. But that's where the disconnect comes. Because because a lot of people, and like I said, I got more, like I said, just with Superman, I got into the New 52. And the only reason why the New 52 failed, it started off fantastic. I was happy for the New 52. I really was. All right. Because they didn't mess with Green Lantern. They didn't mess with Batman. They left them alone. They pretty much let them be what they own. The only characters that they really changed was Diana, Cal. They iterated Animal Man. They got some new characters. They changed Flash because of Flashpoint. What's some other characters? They changed Aquaman. They changed did I say the Lantern Corps? Because Jeff Johns did Lantern.
Yeah.
Because Jeff Johns is the one that did the Lantern Corps. That's why Green Lanterns was brought back. People got into Green Lanterns because of Jeff Johns in the New 52. If y'all haven't read the New 52 Green Lantern, all versions of the Green Lantern that Jeff Johns had wrote is absolutely fantastic. Green Lantern is off the damn hook. That goes deep into the core. Every single aspect of the core.
Yeah, I think I got Brightest Day and Blackest Night. Well, 1 and 2.
Yeah. So I mean, you got to go deep into that. So I mean, I'm not going to go down that whole rabbit hole because it's so much. I don't want to get started with it. But again, that's how I got started and how I got in. I've been a DC head, like deep into it ever since.
No, I really like how you use that term, the evolution of the characters, because it seems to me like you've seen a lot of DC content. You saw Superman 78, right? And you saw how that character evolved over time. So I want you to kind of expand on that. I want you to kind of touch on why that evolution from Superman 78 to what Zack Snyder did in Man of Steel was necessary and why that had to happen.
It was necessary because people were not relatable to the character. I always tell people this: you know Superman, but do you know Superman? Do you know the actual character? And the reason why, let's go back to the early 80s, and let's go into the beginning of the 90s. Superman wasn't selling. For the people that don't know, Superman wasn't selling. And for the people that don't really know this, if y'all know, y'all know. But if y'all don't know, I'm gonna give y'all a history lesson on this. Superman was well known. He's a well-known character. He's the top pillar of all type of characters. But his books wasn't selling. His popularity had declined. And you would think, well, of a character of this caliber, people wasn't interested in the character. What they were saying, like I said before, he wasn't relatable. He was too much of a Boy Scout. The way the writers was writing him, they made him so much of a goody two-shoe. It got to the point where now, when you look at individuals' reaction, it's like Superman can do everything and anything without no repercussions or consequences.
Thank you.
What's the problem?
That is our problem, people. That is exactly why we like Zack Snyder's Man of Steel. That's why. So if you are listening, that's what we've been saying the whole time. Every Superman was a goody two-shoes. How many times can you tell the same story about a one-dimensional character in a box? You can't. You have got to tell that story better than that. Superman is more than being from Krypton, being the Man of Steel, and having all these powers. He is. The man grew up with regular people. How more relatable can you get than that?
Exactly.
He grew up with regular people. He got bullied like regular people. Come on. I don't understand why if you see yourself in him, reflected in him, and reflect and see his flaws, why that's a problem. Why is that a problem? It's not that he's still gonna get you to the hope and the optimism. He's gonna get there, but he wants that type of character to be relatable for you to say, wow, I went through something similar. I was bullied when I was a kid. I identify with this guy. Like Rock said, Rock identifies because he's got twin boys. He identifies with mostly with Tyler Hoechlin's Superman. Yeah, Tyler Hoechlin's
Superman and Lois, seeing the dynamic with him and his kids, and it's how I imagine like how
that's
I want to be as a dad
exactly.
in 10, 15 years, you know, like
I'm glad y'all said that because. And people fail to realize too. I'm not saying that people are dumb and they don't know. They fail to realize he is an alien. He's from another planet. So you had to really, really deep dive in more of his background more, because everybody just see him as he grew up on Earth. Okay. And the thing that really, really got me, I'm kind of glad that Elseworld stories exist, because people get mad when they do Elseworld stories on what could Superman actually do. Well, he ain't gonna do that. That won't be impossible. That's why Injustice is so popular. That's why Red Sun is so popular. Yeah. What if Kyle fell in Russia? What if he did fall in Russia and he did not land in America and understand American values? He didn't land with the Kents, where he was in a traditional home, where he wasn't
and what type of story is that? What type of
Red
story?
Sun? That's an Elseworld story.
There you go.
Mm-hmm. What is this the same? And this the thing that people get on my nerves when I bring up Injustice. People get mad about Injustice. I'm like, y'all get on my nerves with this saying that he is not incorruptible. It doesn't matter what type of the hero is. Anybody can get pushed to the brink. Anybody could. So my thing is that this is the things that people overlook when it come down to Injustice. I love Injustice. Injustice is one of my favorite series. Okay, by Tom Taylor. If y'all don't know, okay, that's one of my favorite series. Is Injustice.
Oh, I got it.
Okay, that's one of mine. Yeah. And I would tell y'all this: if y'all gonna watch Injustice, don't watch the animated film. You better just get the books. Because animated film,
watch a playthrough of the games, bro. Like watch a full playthrough of the games.
Oh yeah, in the game too. You can watch a full playthrough of the game, or you can read the book. Don't watch that animated movie because they chopped out so much of that. When I watched that, I'm like,
the animated movie was trash.
Doing this,
yeah.
So, but anyway, back to Injustice is that what will make Cal crack? What will actually make him crack to the point? And everything that's in that book, especially in the beginning, a lot of people got mad about it because, well, that ain't Superman. No, think about it. Everybody is corruptible. Yes. If they're pushed, they will crack. All right.
That's what they don't get. I don't mean to stop. Let me equate it to this way. Let's just say you're a brand new shiny cop. Far as they're concerned, you were in school, your grades top notch. You graduated from college, way up there, top tier. You became a detective. You rose in the ranks. You did all that. Those are the qualities that got you there. Now, what if you happen to get a case that's so personal or becomes so personal? Kidnapping of your family, maybe putting you on the clock. You got to do this. You got to do that. Perhaps one of your family members die in the course of that. You got a corruptible police system that's in your way. Prime, what are you going to do? You are going to get corrupted at some point. They got your family, do they not? If you are not getting help from the outside and you're getting resistance and they got your family, are you going to follow the book all the way through, just like when you first became a good cop? Mm-hmm. When you first got hired and when you became a detective? Mm-hmm. Are you going to still be that same guy? After what's happening to your family?
This is the thing, is that it's human nature to eventually fall to corruption. And this is what I actually really enjoyed where Zach was taking his story. Because one of the things is obviously Kal-El Superman, Henry Cavill Superman, he's not a human, okay? But the thing is, and when Charles was talking about him growing up human, him growing up with Martha, growing up in Kansas and all that, he has human values instilled in him, right? Anybody who has human values instilled in them can still fall to corruption. It's part of being human. And even though he is an alien from another planet, he still has human emotions, human feeling, human intellect, right?
Right. He's based off of how he was raised.
Based off of how he was raised.
Martha and Paul Kent, those are my relatives up
just like point. Yes, so, which is why just like any other human, he could fall to corruption. He could fall to the dark side.
Exactly. He could have on his own planet.
Yes.
This is what I'm saying. People think that because he's an alien, he's untouchable.
Yeah.
He's not untouchable. Just because he's an alien doesn't mean to some degree he's still flesh and blood, still got a brain, still got emotions, right? The only thing is the yellow sun makes him super powerful. That's literally the difference. That's it.
Let me ask this question. If he had grown up on Krypton, like let's say General Zod, would he be able to fall to that style of corruption?
Yeah, he would. Because and that's an excellent question.
You think he would? Because I think it was him again having those human values that enable him to fall. Zod was already out of his mind once he got to Earth, right? Like
exactly.
That's what you would have gotten with Superman.
But remember, well, you see, here's the difference. You know what Cal's got going for him? Good old-fashioned homegrown alien, if that's what you want to call him. He was a natural birth.
Yes.
So think about it.
Yes, that's right.
Zod was programmed in a machine. As far as Zod is as far as we're concerned, he's like the Terminator. Unless you can reprogram him into doing something else.
Well, that's what I was going to hit on. What happens when you take Superman and he's growing up in that environment with those kinds of individuals around him? What would happen to? He wouldn't have the same morals and values that he does, obviously.
But he had with that, he had the freedom of choice, and that's the one thing y'all fail to realize, because when they were actually artificially creating Kryptons, because they stopped actual.
Yes.
They stopped it. This is just this story. They stopped it.
Yeah.
Everybody was born with one mindset. So if you was a mechanic, you was an architect, you was whatever, that's exactly
what you were.
What you did, and your mind was programmed that way. Which is why I try to tell people this leads all the way back to the killing Zod scene. That's what y'all don't get. Zod was programmed. There was absolutely nothing Cal could do but kill him.
Yeah, there was no stopping him.
That's it.
He could have stopped. He was programmed to kill, to keep going.
And the thing that people get, the thing that bothers me about people when it come down to books and comics is that it's a book. It's for you to actually, or a film. And this is the one thing that Stan Lee said that I would never forget, because they would say is that whoever writes the book, they're the writer. They are the person that's writing, and they're going to do exactly what they want to do with the character.
He's saying all the right things right now.
Mm-hmm.
Everything that I've said.
It's the writer. Mm-hmm. Okay? You can't do anything. It's the writer. All right? That's it. It's the writer. It has nothing to do with continuity. It has nothing to do with anything. It is the writer on what he or she believes what this character needs to go through. Now, some writers put certain characters in ridiculous things, and you be like, huh? How? No way. But then you got individuals that really, really think through with characters where they put them in a situation where they got to choose. And that is a problem with a lot of people, because they don't like having their characters get put into a position where they have to choose.
Yeah.
I like it where they have to choose. All right.
I was told straight up, I don't want to be, somebody told me on YouTube, I don't want to be reminded of myself. I didn't even bother asking why they didn't. They just said the reason why, basically they were saying the reason why they go to the movies because they go to escape real life is basically what they were saying. I get it. But here's the problem with that. If the story that I'm seeing on screen is not suspending my disbelief, and in my opinion, you can't suspend people's disbelief without a little bit of realism in there somewhere. You can't. So if you telling a totally, wallflower type Superman, he gets it all right. That story doesn't do anything for me. Oh, it makes your dopamine levels go up a little bit because you see that on screen. But 5 minutes later, you're going to forget about it, and then you're going to be back to whatever it was you were doing on your daily basis. I want something to remind me that however bad people are, they can change. Mm-hmm. That's a message. That's a story. That is a message that needs to be injected. That is a proper message that's injected into a film. You know what I'm saying? That's proper.
Well, the thing is, too, Charles, is that if you can't watch a movie because it reminds you too much of who you are as a person, maybe that's a sign that you need to be a better person.
Thank you. That's basically what my answer would be. Why are you afraid to look at yourself in the mirror? Do you? Yes, we have as human beings, we are in our own heads about up our own asses. That's just the truth of the matter, that we are. But I am also not stupid enough to believe that I have to look in the mirror and face this shit. You know what I mean? I have to do something about it because I don't feel good in here and I don't feel good in here. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So when I see that reflected on screen, I'm like, he gets me. Oh, I can get with that. I've been in that situation before. Yes. I can, exactly. That's what I want in my storytelling. That's all. I want to be reminded. I want to be reminded when I see real life and they can't give me what I want in real life. I want to see that same thing replicated on screen, only I want to see the result change. And that's all that's about. You are seeing people change. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing at all.
There's nothing wrong with that. And the thing about it is that I try to be cool with everybody when it comes down to DC, because I'm very, very passionate about it. So I don't get mad with people on what he or she or what they like. It's just that it's your preference on what it is that you like. All right. But you also got to understand the times, and people are not understanding the times. I try to at least try to be fair with everybody when it comes down to, like, now we have a new Superman movie coming out. Okay. I'm going to see it. I'm a DC head. I'm going to watch it. I'm going to, if I enjoy it, I enjoy it. If I don't, I don't. Simple as that. I'm a DC person. All right. I love Superman. I like the characters that's on it. Now, is there certain things about that film that I say I'm not pleased with because of the particular ocular look of it? No, I'm not. But the simple fact is that it is a DC film and it is Superman. So I'm going to take it for what it's worth. Some people are going to enjoy it. Some people are not. The only thing that really gets on my nerves is that now I'm just going to go ahead and start talking about the business aspect. The thing that bothers me the most is that a lot of individuals, when they make these movies, they cannot get away from things that were done over 50 years ago. Okay,
I can't understand why. I don't get it. I don't get why they can't let that go.
Like for instance, I don't know, because people always want to ridicule me and think I'm just talking out of my ass, and I'm not. Back in early 2003, when James Gunn announced that he was going to be doing Superman, and he was appointed to be co-CEO of DC. And when, I don't know if everybody remember when he said what his five top favorite films was? He said his 5 top favorite films. Okay. He said Superman 1978 was one of his top films and a lot of his inspiration. When he said that, I knew exactly where he was going with his movie. I've never faltered on knowing what individuals was going to do. The only individual, and I'm not saying that because I'm a Zack Snyder fan. The only reason why I knew that when we got the DCEU, I knew it was going to be different. People fail to realize that the only reason why they did it was because the Dark Knight trilogy was so successful. Yes. They wanted Christopher Nolan to do it. Christopher Nolan couldn't do it because he was doing Inception. He couldn't start it.
Exactly. And not only that, you know how it got started, Prime? So Goyer couldn't crack number was it number 3? Was it Rises?
Yes.
He couldn't crack it. So what he did was he put it down, went to his shelf, started reading Superman comics, right? He had a specific comics he was reading. Then he came up with a 3-page outline and then gave it to Nolan. And Nolan asked him, he said in an interview, he said, so he's like, what do you got for me? And he basically was like, no, I don't have it cracked yet, but I have a Superman outline. And he was like, let's hear it. And then he was like, Chris read it, Nolan read it, and he was like, do you want me to pitch this to Warner Brothers? Do you want to make this thing? He said yes, and that's what happened.
Mm-hmm. So, and that's how it happened, because before that even happened, because WB asked Nolan for him to do a Superman, and that's when that all transitioned. Yep. But then Nolan said, well, he was already writing and he was producing Inception. He was already in the works of doing that. So he couldn't do it. So that's the reason why Zach got brought in. When I knew that was happening, I knew what we was going to get. We wasn't going to get no campy shit. It was going to be grounded. We was going to get something.
After seeing 300, I was like,
and Watchmen kind of
found out, and Watchmen, yes. Soon as he
already knew.
Like, oh man, yeah.
So with Gunn, I put this stuff out, and everybody got mad at me about it. I'm not trying to put, and for people that's tripping, I'm not putting myself on a pedestal. I'm trying to make a point here so y'all can understand where I'm coming from. When Patty Jenkins, when she did Wonder Woman 2007, and she said that, and a lot of people have Superman 1978 Donner as their inspiration. Okay, a lot of people do. And you see a lot of people put it in there. But to the extent of how much you're going to put in there, it's going to be the question. When you look at Wonder Woman, the first one, was there elements of Donner Superman in there? Yes, it was. Oh, y'all don't remember? Remember the alley scene? When her and Trevor was in the alley with those thugs and she blocked the bullets? Where'd they get that from? You remember when Lois and Clark was in the alley and the thugs came and they shot him in the alley and Clark caught the bullet? Well, you think they got the bullet? Yeah. She got it from that. Yep. All the other inspiration that's in Wonder Woman, a lot of it came from that. And where she really got her influence was Wonder Woman 84. There's a lot of that campy shit in there.
Yeah.
If y'all have the stomach, go back and rewatch it. And look, there's a lot of shit in there. There's a lot of shit in there. Because when she announced it, when they said Wonder Woman 84, I'm like, God damn it, they gonna fuck this shit up. And I wasn't lying. I already knew. The same thing when they did Superman.
You know what the thing though was, dude, 84 had potential if it actually felt like an 80s movie. I've never seen a movie where it had like literally the year 1984 in the title, and there was just so little 80s elements, even the music. Like they completely missed the ball with the music in that film. They could have done so much, and I was open to that concept of 1984.
Hey, hold on. I want to read this right quick. I'm sorry, Ross. Let me read this. So this is from Marvel. Yeah, this is from Marvel vs. DC 49. It said, "Isn't it funny how nobody mentions the 90s animated Superman as stoic and brooding? Even his Clark wasn't goofy or clumsy." That's what I'm saying. I'm like, I don't know where people are getting this notion that Clark is goofy and clumsy. Let me explain it again.
From the movie,
mild-mannered is his primary tent pole for his emotion when it comes to his alter ego Clark. Mild-mannered. That is not goofy. That is not clumsy. Clumsy is you having a dexterity issue.
Yeah.
Flopping all over the place, falling, tripping over your own ass. That's clumsy. Clark wasn't like that. He wasn't like that. He was mild-mannered. He might have been a little bit pretending like maybe he was a little bit intimidated when he talked to people, but he was still mild-mannered.
Real quick, we just got a super chat from Mike Siebert. Mike Siebert, $5 super
let me bring that up. Hang on. Where we at?
See it in green there, Charles? Mike Siebert.
What's the name?
Mike Siebert.
All right, I got it. Hold on, I want to display this. Hang on a second. There he is.
There we go.
All right. Mike Siebert says, "What's up, guys? I follow Aaron. I'm a Snyder fan." And we're going to get into it.
Yeah, we're going to get into that very, very soon. We're kind of jumping the gun with Prime here right now. We're getting into a little bit early, but we got a whole segment.
We definitely gonna get into it, man. We appreciate the super chat. I'm gonna give homie a drop right quick. Hang on, let me see what we got for him. Oh yeah, I'm gonna give him this one.
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth. You can't handle the truth.
You can't handle the truth.
That's it.
Yeah. So real quick, Prime, you know what? I want to kind of, because like I said, we're talking a lot of Superman. We got a whole segment we're going to talk about Superman still. So I kind of want to just quickly pull the conversation back to your fans' journey here. Okay. Dude, I've noticed your YouTube channel. I've been watching you on YouTube for a long while. I noticed you do a lot of NBA content. You do a lot of DC content. You've been talking about Superman. You talk about Snyderverse. You talk about a whole bunch of things. Can you let us know briefly about your YouTube channel, what your goal is, what if you have a future with the YouTube stuff, what you're doing with that, and just let everybody know where they can find you there.
Well, my channel is not like it used to because I really don't do too much on it because I start doing the DC stuff. But first, my channel started off with NBA Live. I'm a hardcore NBA Live player. I was an NBA Live. I was one of the pillars of the NBA Live community for a while.
Awesome.
I did work for EA Sports. I was a producer.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
okay.
I had no idea. That's amazing.
I started off as an EA game changer. I was an EA game changer. Then I became a producer, and then after that, everybody already know the rest of what happened to NBA Live. NBA Live just is gone.
Yeah.
So then when I started doing movie reviews and I just started doing my DC content and went from there. And my channel, I still do a little bit of stuff here and there, but I don't do as much as I used to. I need to. I'm about to start doing more of my DC stuff and get back into it, but yeah, that's pretty much my channel. But yeah,
and it's at Prime The Godfather. Oh, sorry, it's at Primes _76.
_76.
Yeah. So if you guys want to give Prime,
it's just at Prime 76.
Yeah, Prime _76, guys.
All right. Awesome. All right, Roch, you have any more questions?
Yeah, all my social media platforms is just
You know what, dude? We have a lot of topics to get to. I want to get Prime's opinion on everything that we're talking about. So I just say we roll right into it and get.
All right, Prime, you hanging out with us, yeah?
All right, yeah, I'm here.
Right on into it. Yeah. I was gonna say, yeah. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was Prime The Godfather, the comic book aficionado. He definitely knows more about this comic book side of the stuff than I do, which is why I like when he shows up in the threads because he be schooling folks.
Yeah, dude, I noticed you on Twitter. You're a beast to be messing with. You don't want to be messing with folks, Prime, bro. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that comment thing. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no. I saw it. I was reading that thread. I saw it. Yeah.
Oh no, I was talking about the actual the 5-part chapter, the BVS prequel.
Oh,
yeah. You guys didn't even know about that. I got it. You can't get it. You can't get it on Infinite.
Yeah, dude, weren't those in serials if I remember correctly?
No, it was a Dr. Pepper thing, and you had to scan the thing, the Dr. Peppers, and you could unlock the comics. You can unlock them.
Oh.
It was only a limited time back in 2016. So when you unlocked it, you can actually get it. It was only digital. It wasn't hard copy.
Oh, okay. Because after I saw you post that, I actually went on eBay and typed in Batman v Superman comics to see what I could find, and I was like, where did he get these? Like I was so
that was a limited edition event, and I got them. And a lot of people, I mean, if y'all read, I don't want to make this part long, but a lot of people, you see the thread or whatever like that, they're like, oh, it's crappy and all that stuff. No, if y'all read that prequel, actually, I'll put the link up and if anybody want to, read it. It's 101 pages. Okay. So it's 101 pages. It's 5 chapters, and it's pretty much basically in between Man of Steel before you get the BVS. And it really, really flushes out Lex. So you can really, really find out exactly, and it makes a lot of sense. So you get a little bit with Senator Finch, you get a little bit with Lois on what she was about. And I'm not gonna spoil it, but yeah, it's 101 pages, and I'll put the link up and everybody can take a look, y'all can read
awesome.
it.
Okay. Yes. All right. Prime The Godfather, everybody. Thanks again for being here with us, brother. We are going to roll right into our next topics. And we also want to thank everybody coming in right now. If you're coming in, hit that like, hit that subscribe. It does help out the algorithm. We do really appreciate that. Okay. So I have been accused of being no fun. I am an old man who takes everything too seriously, and I don't like fun and giggles and laughs. Not true. Because if you knew what era I grew up in, you would know what was up. So I do love buffoonery. I do. It's like number 4 on my list, like my top 5 genres. It's number 4 on the list. Buffoonery is there.
Sorry, Charles, I gotta cut you off real quick. We did get another super chat. We got a second super chat.
We got another one. Hold on.
Yeah, we gotta highlight that.
You know I'm slow and old. Hang on.
It's by Crown Loads. $5 super chat.
There it is.
Perfect.
Crown Loads. The problem is they keep trying to make a Superman one of us, and he's not. Zach gave us exactly what that would look like realistically. That's the argument. Crown Loads, absolutely. That's the argument the whole time. Is as soon as people find out he's too real, he reminds me too much of myself. It's like what? Oh no, I was bullied in school. Like,
It's giving people PTSD, damn it.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna give Crown Loads a drop right quick. Hold on.
Perfect.
Here we go.
You know what happened to this guy, Jack? What? Made mistakes. And then he had this light shot. Now you want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts.
All right. So, as I was saying, I have been accused of not look. Okay, first we're gonna play this trailer because this is the exact type of buffoonery that I like. Now, you want to talk about going to the theater and turning your brain off and not thinking about shit?
This is it.
Stuff like this is my all-time top buffoonery film of all time. Like number 1 at the top of the list is Scary Movie. I'm telling you, because it is so dumb that you can't help but laugh. And it's just the way it is set up. But there's a story into that, and how they made that, how the Wayans brothers actually made that film actually ties back to older films like Naked Gun and all of that stuff. So yeah, we're gonna get all into that though. So I'm gonna pull this trailer up right quick. Hang on a second.
Superman is not a god. I'm just reading some of the comments here.
All right. Oh, wait, hold on. I forgot to share the audio.
Yeah, this will be my first time watching this trailer because I didn't even know.
Oh, yeah?
Dude, the poster. Did you guys see the poster today? The poster was so good. I'll explain the poster after the trailer.
Yeah, after the Okay, here we go. Y'all can see that, right?
Yeah.
All right, yeah. I'm gonna remove this banner right quick. Hold on.
There you go. That's perfect.
All right. Yeah, here.
No, it's on mute, Charles. The volume's very low and it's lagging. You gotta the YouTube video's on mute. Oh no. I think we might have lost Charles. Prime, can you still hear me?
Yeah, you good. I can hear you.
Yeah, it's Charles. He's lagging. This happens every time we try to play YouTube videos. All right, guys, we're experiencing some technical difficulties right now. Just give us a few minutes. Hopefully, Charles will be back and we can get this under control.
Yeah, you gotta turn down the bit rate.
Yeah, we lost Charles.
Oh, I'm gonna ruin another suit. I'll find them.
Is it freezing up?
Yeah, Charles, it's freezing up, buddy. You're frozen. Every time when it plays, you freeze.
Was it freezing up?
Yes.
Can you yeah. Okay. Oh. Hold on.
Go to the settings tab, and we're gonna have to drop the quality of the video right to.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have to drop some stuff here. Hang on. All right.
go to quality and drop it as low as you can because
144p.
Okay, maybe a little higher than that.
240p. Okay, we'll do it that way.
All right.
All right, let's try it again.
Thanks. Once you kill a man for revenge, there's no going back. A voice in your head saying over and over, "That was awesome."
Who are you?
Drebin. Detective Frank Drebin. Thanks.
Police Squad has always been the elite of the elite.
Hi, Daddy. It's me, Frank Jr. Love you.
Hey, Dad. Boy, do I miss you.
And you, Frank, are the best of the best.
I need a bathroom. I need this room immediately.
There's a line, man.
Police business. Oh, I'm gonna ruin another suit.
Over here, Lieutenant. I think someone murdered my brother.
Please, take a chair.
Thank you.
I'll find them. This is what I do. This has served 20 years for man's laughter. You mean manslaughter? Must have been quite the joke.
They're going to shut down Police Squad if you do not solve this case.
I got butt in here.
Do this.
Why? Who's gonna arrest me? Other cops?
Yes.
Is she serious?
Is he serious?
No.
Seems this is driving. Did you keep an eye on him?
This oven is disgusting.
Rest assured, I won't stop until I've found justice.
What do you want, little one?
Your ass. Nobody messes with the police squad.
We've upgraded your car with the most advanced crime-fighting tech.
30. Falling apart.
All right, it's lagging out there at the end.
Right.
It was lagging out there at the end, but it's all good. I'll get Phil to edit in the actual video, no issues when we do the recaps. So,
all right, cool.
All right, before we comment,
Charles,
we got another $4.99 super chat. I got to pull up here.
We have another one. All right,
yeah, it's from Il Divino Vega.
Oh,
that's my boy Vega.
Yeah, he does Sil's music
Vega
on Sil's channel, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think so. Yep.
Awesome.
All right. He said, been watching y'all videos after your lives, definitely rocking with y'all content, finally catching y'all, want to show some love. Prime Lethal Geek. Hey.
Thank you,
man,
Vega.
We appreciate the super.
We
Thank you so much,
that.
brother. About to get this, man. Let's give him a drop. Hang on a second here. There.
Got something funny, something to go with.
Oh yeah. Here we go. You ready?
Yeah.
That's the map. Because we're tired of being the trail donkeys, acting like you some one-man GPS. God damn it. We lost. We fucking super lost, man. Tell them, McCluskey. Tell them what time it is.
I don't believe you people.
Huh? What do you mean, you people?
What do you mean, you people?
Huh?
I think what Tug means is you people,
look at
you
his eyes,
actors,
man.
you people.
Exactly.
Look at them beady white
What are you talking to me? I gotta get back to
All right, Charles. I know you've been dying to talk about this, so.
All right. So again, this is the type of stuff. So Rocks, we already talked about this, but I grew up, you already know how old I am. So I grew up on like the parodies made from the 70s and the 80s. So I saw, there was a a drama called Airport, like a drama thriller called Airport. So they obviously made Airplane, which was the spoof of that. Okay, the same people that are involved in Naked Gun, they were involved in that. So Naked Gun is a spoof of a show actually called Police Squad that came on way back in the day.
Okay.
So that was this, so Naked Gun is the spoof of that. So I think they called the first one Naked Gun from the File of Police Squad or something crazy like that. So so Leslie Nielsen was obviously Frank Drebin, but so I grew up on those, and then I saw they just started taking off from there. So have you ever seen the one with Charlie Sheen? He was making fun of the Rambo ones.
Yes, I saw that. Oh, I don't remember what it's called.
I
don't.
What the heck was it?
Hang on, I'll look it up.
Oh, look it up. But he made two of them, and basically he was spoofing the Rambo movies. And then there was another one making fun of Lethal Weapon called National Lampoon's Loaded Weapon 1 with Samuel Jackson.
Hot Shots.
Hot Shots, that's what it was called, And then there's the one that spoofed Lethal Weapon called Loaded Weapon 1. That was with Samuel Jackson and Emilio Estevez.
Yes, Charlie Sheen's
his brother. So I grew up on that stuff. See, that to me, that's when you want to turn your brain off. That's how you turn your brain off right there. If you want to, I'm gonna go to the movies for 90 minutes, whatever, it just be like that's it. And it works because it knows what it is. And I think that's the problem with this Superman film. And we're going to get into that, but I think that's one of the problems is like who you I get the buffoonery to some degree, but it feels too much like Guardians of the Galaxy. It feels too much like Star-Lord. So
I wanted to comment real quick on the poster. If you guys saw the Naked Gun poster with Liam Neeson on it. So he's standing there and he's holding a gun, right? He's holding the gun like this. And right above it, there's text and it says, "No AI was used in the making of this poster." But when you look closely at the gun, he's got like 8 or 9 fingers holding
fingers.
So it was really good. As soon as I saw that, I got a good crack at it. I'm like, okay, I'll watch it, definitely.
All right, Prime, what did you think of that trailer, man?
Oh man, I loved it. It's tight. They got a new twist on it. It's gonna be goofy as hell.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, man, it's gonna be so stupid. And I cannot wait.
It just depends on how it's gonna be trend. But that's how Naked Gun is anyway. It's supposed to be silly like that. So
I'm glad they got Liam Neeson doing this because like Liam Neeson doesn't do a lot of comedy roles. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm shocked because Liam Neeson is actually doing comedy. I was like, what?
So I'm looking forward to it. I will definitely see this one in theaters. Like I will not wait for streaming. I will see this in theaters and give them my money.
Absolutely. What do you say?
Jeez, I mean, all people want to see from Superman now, and they will say realistically, I'm not talking about the content. I'm saying realistically, it's going to change every time. Anyways, okay. But so Naked Gun, I think we all can agree that is going to be a great film. And if you are into comedy, if you are into buffoonery, if you want to see a movie where buffoonery should be, not in some superhero movie, this is where it should be. This is it. Make sure you guys check this one.
It knows what it is. That's what it is. That's why those movies did so well, is because I can only imagine what the pitch might have been for the Wayans brothers when they had this idea for Scary Movie. Like, hey, we ain't taking anything seriously in this script, and they just throw it on the table.
Pretty much.
But do you think this will revive that genre? Do you think we'll see more of this if this is successful?
I hope so, because we got this, and then obviously we got the Wayans brothers getting ready to come back, and
the new Scary Movie.
They after about what 2013, 14, 15, maybe somewhere around there. That's basically when they don't make stuff like that anymore. because it offends everybody's sensibility, man. I mean, I'm sorry, but Tropic Thunder, I don't care what they say about the blackface. That shit was funny as hell. And that was the point. That's what a lot of people don't understand. They think that Robert Downey Jr. was playing a blackface character. That's not what he was doing. He was playing an Australian actor, and that actor in Tropic Thunder was making a movie called Tropic Thunder about a black staff sergeant named Lincoln Osiris. That's and they didn't get the joke. You know what I mean? It's like, you don't get the joke. That's the joke.
Well, yeah, man. Like I said, I think it's about time that we had some good comedies. Like, we've been lacking good comedy for a real long time, and hopefully this revives that, man. I want to see more like this, more scary movie-esque, and stuff done well, not that low budget crap where they try to do, like, those superhero movie spoofs and crap like that. Like, no, it has to be done properly, and this looks like it's taking the genre back in the proper direction.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, moving right along. Boom.
Yes. Do you have the poster to pull up, bro?
I think so. Hang on a second. Let me go ahead and find it here. Boop, boop.
The Joker. Where's the dog? They're going nuts in the chat, bro. They can't wait for that. Where's the dog? Where is it? You'd never give it to an ordinary citizen.
Can you see it? Well,
no, not yet. Hang on a sec. Yes, kind of. There's text. I see text.
Hang on. Yeah, I'm gonna do it again. Hold on.
Oh, it was there, Charles. You just had to scroll down a little bit.
Yeah, the Odyssey is gonna be nice.
Yeah. Let's see here. No, it's still not up.
Can you see it?
No.
All right, hold on.
See, our three mugs are up on the screen.
Come on. Oh, there we go.
There we go. Perfect.
There we go. All right. See you now?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm anticipating this.
All right. I'm sorry, guys. This stuff's running a little slow here.
So yeah, the Odyssey shot entirely with IMAX film cameras. Defy the Gods, 7/17/26. This is going to be huge. This is going to be guaranteed $1 billion. Guaranteed.
Done only in a way that Christopher Nolan knows how to do it. Everybody knows that.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So,
and still to this day, it's gonna be it's a good film. I'm anticipating this a lot. This a lot, just for the simple fact, because everybody else want to criticize Nolan on certain things, and I'm like, the man is A1. Just because your intellectual intake your intellect can't take an intellectual film or the nuances and everything that he puts in films, and you can't figure it out. Yeah, that's you. He has his particular audience.
And let's see. So we got.
Is Charles lagging out again? What's happening here?
Yeah, he lagging out. Like sometimes when you put those.
You guys were lagging out too. You were spinning.
No, it was just you, bro.
No, I'm serious. No, you guys were circling.
Okay.
So I don't know. It's probably my internet. I have no idea. It's probably my internet. So.
Well, yeah. So I was just reading here. It's saying that a teaser for the film, no longer than 30 seconds, is rumored to be attached to Jurassic World Rebirth screenings starting next Thursday.
Oh, so,
yeah. People are gonna get their eyes on. People are going to see this. People are going to start to see what it looks like and the direction that Christopher Nolan's going. So, the hype train is starting.
Yeah, and they put it on the perfect film for it to showcase it too.
Yes.
For their previews, they did it for the perfect film. We can get all in the down and all that nuances. With that, I already know how that's gonna go.
So they're still shooting it in Scotland right now, and it'll most likely be hitting Ireland and the UK after that for more production. The budget is currently sitting at around $250 million and will utilize brand new state-of-the-art IMAX cameras with cinematography by Nolan's go-to DP, Hoyt van Hoytema. While the film centers on Matt Damon's portrayal of Odysseus and his artist's journey, so I can't pronounce that word, arduous journey home following the Trojan War. It's also assembled one of the most impressive casts in recent memory, including the likes of Tom Holland, Charlize Theron, Anne Hathaway, Robert Pattinson, Zendaya, Lupita Nyong'o, and John Bernthal and Mia Goth. So, I mean, yeah, Nolan has a stacked cast. Expectations
that's a top tier cast too. Yeah, that's top tier cast.
Yeah,
that is Nolan. He gonna come out. He gonna do what he do. Yeah, that's Nolan. He gonna do what he do. Yeah, that's why I say I'm not worried about that film. I'm just gonna wait for the ride because I already know what it is.
Exactly. You're like it's already. I'm already sitting in the seat. I'm
already ready for it.
Yeah. I'm just curious, how many more big films like this do you think Nolan still has in him?
I'll probably say about 4. I say about 4.
No, I say he got more than that.
You think he's got more than that?
He got more than look, let me tell you something. So Nolan is not that old. Nolan, I don't think Nolan is even I think he's like right around Zach's age, 57, 58, something like that. So yeah. So come on, he's got another what? In the next 10 years, he can crank out at least. I say in the next 10 years, you're right. I say I take that number probably about 4 or 5, maybe in the next 10 years. You think maybe?
Yeah, he's 54. He's 54. That's why I say he got about 4. The only thing he stays in the background because he does. If he's not directing, he's still producing. But he don't produce a lot of people's films because if he's producing, he's directing it as well. So, he like I say, he got like another 3 or 4 before he decided he want to hang it up, or he just gonna probably do writing and just produce.
Because that's what I was thinking. It's like he has a catalog of films now. He's one of the most prestigious directors in Hollywood.
Yes.
He's got nothing left to prove. I think he's at the point in his career where whatever he's doing, it's because he wants to do it.
Pretty much.
It's what he wants to do.
What I'm really worried. I love all his stuff, but his things of the more sci-fi that has a sci-fi element, the scientific stuff in it that I love the most. So Inception is my number 1 all-time film from him all day. Interstellar, Tenet. I want him to do another physics, science-based movie. I want him to do another one.
You know what I want to see come out of him? I was kind of hyped when there were the rumors that his next film was going to be a horror movie. You remember when those rumors were going around? I would really like to see Christopher Nolan's take on horror. And it doesn't have to be like an already existing franchise. It could be his own original thing. You know what I mean? But I would love to see him try to tackle that genre.
Mm-hmm. Hot shots. Yep. Hey, Mama Bear.
Mama Bear, thank you for joining us.
I'm just going through all of the chats that we missed here.
No worries. Your favorite Transformers movies. We'll get to that. We will talk Transformers soon.
We're gonna get to it. We moving right along, but yeah, my favorite one was actually Sean was Dark of the Moon. I like the third one.
The third one, okay.
Yeah.
Same.
For me,
that one for some reason had a way more serious element to it. You know what I mean? It was
Dark of the Moon.
Then Dark of the Moon. Yeah, it had a more serious tone to it than the other ones did. It was almost like they went darker in tone, if that makes any sense.
Yeah,
it was weird. Yeah. It's a weird feel, but if you watch just those 3 before you get to Mark Wahlberg's, Yeah, before you get to that one, it had a really, those three had, you could feel them. Like the first one was action packed, kind of light in tone, funny. Then the second one was like, okay, this one's a little bit just a tad bit. That means they still had goofy shit in it, but it just felt darker. And then number 3 and everything that was happening to Mr. Sam Witwicky and everything, I was just like, damn, this one's getting dark and they killing people. What the?
For me, there were a lot of elements of the third film that really felt rushed to me. I want to talk more about that when we actually talk Transformers, but I will always have a soft spot in my heart for the very first Transformers movie, because that's the one that kickstarted it all. It was. I mean, back at
which one? 07 or 86?
07.
Okay.
For my generation, the millennial generation, that kicked it all off, man. And for me, that's the one that has actually the most rewatchability. It's the one I can see myself going back to over and over and over, showing my kids, and they enjoy it as well. Yeah, the first one.
Mm-hmm. That one, yeah, and I like how they ended that, man. That was everybody's trying to get home to their families, and everybody's they kind of rounded that one out real nice, dude. They did. Your boy got the girl, and
the Linkin Park music at the end, like you can't top that.
Yeah, so yeah, that was pretty good, man. That was pretty good. All right. We are moving on now. Let me see what we got next here.
Hey, we were supposed to talk about the Odyssey. We drifted off Transformers, guys. Keep us on track.
Well, Odyssey, yes. So obviously there's not much more to it than we got this new drop of the poster. But I am definitely looking forward to this film.
I think they're going to release the trailer once they attach it to Jurassic World and people start seeing it. I think they'll do a public release. It'll probably hit YouTube, and then we could dive deep into it a little bit more. We'll actually have something to comment on, actual material. So,
absolutely,
absolutely,
yeah. All right.
Let's move on. Next topic, Charles.
Russell Crowe.
Russell Crowe,
the best Jor-El to ever do it, joins Henry Cavill for Highlander.
Just so you guys know, that was Phil. Phil prepped up the show. Russell Crowe is all Phil.
He.
I mean,
oh man, hold on a second.
Listen, I mean, this is very good though, to an extent. I have my negatives about it, but this is good.
Highlander. Oh yeah, okay.
Go into it, dude. Elaborate. What do you?
Well, my negatives is that only with Russell Crowe would playing this part because he's in Highlander. It depends on what part that he's playing. See, Russell Crowe, he gotta get his weight under control because he's too big.
He has gotten pretty big.
He gotta get his weight under control, and depending on what part that he's going to play, it all depends. So we don't know what part, but with Russell and Henry teaming up, that's a good thing. For the people that don't know the history between it, is that when Henry Cavill, when he started out as an actor, he met Russell Crowe, and Russell Crowe gave him advice and some pointers when he first started out. And it's so coincidental that they actually met up and was in a film together in Man of Steel. And it's crazy how that full circle had passed for the people that don't know. So this is something that's real, real good. Now, depending on what parts they're going to play, that's going to be the question. But my only thing is that, if they have to get Russell Crowe for him to at least lose a little bit of weight because he is extremely big. I mean, he big. So
what was that one on Netflix that they have him on? He plays like a bad guy in the movie, I think.
Oh yeah. But is it on Netflix or is it on Amazon?
Well, I know here in Canada
it's on Netflix. I know what you're talking about. He was like that. I was in the van. Yeah, he went after the girls, and I can't think of the name, but I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, that was a good film.
To find he was in Craven.
It says here Russell Crowe will instruct Henry Cavill in the ways of the immortals in the remake of Highlander. The Oscar winner is set to play Cavill's mentor in a variation on the part played by Sean Connery in the 1986 original film. John Wick director Chad Stahelski will oversee the remake, which has a script by Michael Finch. John Wick chapter 1. Yeah, and Highlander is being backed by Amazon MGM Studios and United Artists. So yeah, he's playing a mentor. Prime.
You said what?
He's playing a mentor.
Says he's playing a mentor.
Oh, he's playing a mentor.
Yeah.
We both. Yeah.
That can go one of both ways. He could play a overweight mentor, or he could play
I don't think so. It depends. It depends on when this film is going to come out, and they're going to have to put him on a regimen because he can lose weight. He can lose weight within 6 months.
Yeah.
So he can lose some weight. He gotta drop some pounds. So, unless they're gonna have, like you said, unless they're gonna have him play a big dude, that's a mentor, but that's not gonna add up depending on what type of mentor that he's playing. I'm not a Highlander fan all like that. I don't know the whole lore of it, but just them two teaming up with this, because I know Highlander is a popular genre. But with them two teaming up, yeah. Because I know they can't have Russell Crowe play just a big character unless he's some king mentor or something where the king is just big as all hell and whatever. But like I say, he's a mentor. So yeah, yes. But I think
finish up. Price.
Yeah, but he's going to lose some pounds. They're going to get him. They're going to get him in the gym and get him on a regimen so he can lose some pounds. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. I was just saying, I pulled up his IMDb, his movie list, and I didn't even know he was in Kraven the Hunter because I haven't watched Kraven the Hunter. Have any of you guys seen it?
Kraven the Hunter? No, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, apparently he has a role in Kraven the Hunter. I didn't know that. Huh.
Ooh, Russell Crowe?
Yeah, that's what it says. It says he plays Nikolai Kravenov.
Oh. No, I did not know that.
Okay.
But yeah, no.
Somebody said in the chat today, with his age, he can't lose weight that fast. You're correct. He can't. They got to put him on something. It depends on how fast they gonna put this movie out, but they got to put him on a strict diet, and he gonna have to lose some weight because he is too big. He is too big.
Have you guys seen what he looks like lately? I haven't looked. I don't know what he looks like lately.
Go to Google.
Him walking in X. He was in New York walking, and
he type in Russell Crowe 2025, and you'll see a photo, bro. Sorry, you said he was sick. Prime.
Who?
Russell Crowe?
No, I didn't say he was sick. I just said they got to get him on a strict diet. They got to put him on because. But for him being his age, the person in
his
chat,
age. Okay, all right.
The person in chat did make a key point that if he's going to get on a strict regimen to lose weight, because of his age, he can't lose that weight that fast, and that is correct. So they got to get him started, and it depends on when they're going to start filming and when this comes out. They're going to have to base the timing of that film on his weight loss, assuming that they're going to make him lose weight or do something. But to me personally, for him to play this particular role, in my humble opinion, he got to lose some weight. He have to. He going to have to lose at least about 40, 50 pounds.
It's funny, dude. I just typed him in. I just typed Russell Crowe 2025 into Google, and I'm seeing some articles showing that he has lost some weight, dude.
He has? Okay.
For this article is from February 7th of this year. And if you take Charles, do you see this article here? If you type in Google, Russell Crowe 2025, there's an article from popculture.com, and he's wearing a black suit, and he actually looks like he's in pretty decent shape. Now, he's not in, like, let's say Man of Steel shape from 2013, but he seems like you see what I'm talking about here? Maybe you could pull that up. Yeah. Can you pull that up for the?
Yeah, let me see. Let me see what he's looking like with the new pictures. I want to check that out. Because last time I saw him, he was big as a house.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, I think he might have lost weight. Hold on.
Yeah, I think he's been on that regimen that you spoke of, Prime.
Right, unless they already knew that they was going to let him play the part months ago. And they just started him.
Oh, for sure. He's probably known for a long time. He's been prepping. When you see these pictures, you could tell. You able to pull it up, Charles?
Oh yeah, here we go. It's a little. Yep, hang on, I got it. Here we go.
Somebody say he looks good, so that means he lost a lot of weight.
He did. Wow, kind of mind blowing seeing it.
Let me check this out.
Yeah, there you go.
Which one? Whoa!
Yeah, bro.
Yep. That's 2025 right there.
That's on the right-hand side. That's it now.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
they on
2025
schedule.
right there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, that's good. I'm happy. Because when I saw him when he got that big, man, because when I watched that Exorcist, what was that last film that he was in, the Exorcist film, and we saw that how big he was, I was like, damn, Russell Crowe got big.
Yeah. No, but I think you're right. I think they threw him on a regimen. They probably got him working out, probably, a little bit here, a little bit there. And, he's probably got, I would assume he's probably got a lot of his stuff probably filmed already for the Odyssey. So,
hey, yeah, like I said, I'm happy for him because he had to tread some pounds because he ain't gonna be able to play no roles being that big. No. Unless they gonna make him some big dude that's playing a part. But other than that, I don't know about all that.
But yeah, I see even the chat's throwing Russell Crowe some love. Wow, he looks great. He looks good, says Giancarlo Martinez. My boy Jor-El is getting tight.
Good. No, I mean look what he's about to do. Yeah. I mean, and that's expected. You got Cavill obviously getting in tip-top shape for it. Obviously, his mentor is gonna have to match that, bro.
Yeah, I'm kind of salty that what happened to Henry because he got snubbed for that James Bond. So
here's the thing though, dude. That has they haven't confirmed yet. From what we're hearing, it could just be fucking internet bullshit. You know what I mean?
It could be a possibility, but at the same time, if it's true, because this is all I can say. I'm not a James Bond fan. I never watched James Bond. I know of James Bond. I'm not a James Bond fan. I never was, but I would tell y'all, and this is the first people y'all hear this. If Henry got the role of James Bond, I will gladly go watch James Bond because to me, I believe that he fits the character from all the actual James Bond I've seen. I just know he a playboy. I think Henry will knock it out the ballpark playing James Bond. He got the physique, he got the look. So I'm like, why not? And I would actually gladly go watch that just because of Henry Cavill. If he don't get it, I'm not interested in Bond like that. So
that actually leads perfectly into our next topic.
It sure does, buddy.
Yeah. Perfectly. Yes.
All right, let me go ahead and share this right quick. All right, so Denis Villeneuve just saved Bond's life. So he will be the guy.
You want me to run through the article real quick, dude?
Yeah, you go ahead and run.
All right, so Denis Villeneuve is set to direct the next James Bond film for Amazon MGM Studios. The studio announced Wednesday. Amy Pascal and David Hyman will produce, as previously announced, with Tanya Lepointe executive producing. Villeneuve has been rumored as one of the high-profile directors being looked at for the project, alongside the likes of Edward Berger, Edgar Wright, Jonathan Nolan, and Paul King. Earlier, the sense was that Alfonso Cuarón, a frequent collaborator of producer Hyman, might be taking the gig, but it looks like Villeneuve has gotten it. The Bond directing gig has been the most closely watched in town ever since Amazon MGM acquired full creative control of the franchise. Yes, I agree. But this is why I tend to think that what we are hearing about these casting rumors might just be internet BS. We could go back, I think it was maybe a month ago, maybe a month and a half ago. Amazon was actually asking people who they would like to see as the next James Bond.
That's right.
I'm pretty sure Cavill's name was the top choice among fans, letting Amazon know. So they know we want Cavill. They know there is a huge demand for Cavill to play James Bond.
Especially after that test screening escaped.
Yes.
People saw it.
And there's a reason why that test screening got leaked out, guys. Think about it. It's a tactic. Ryan Reynolds used it as a tactic. Ben Affleck attempted to use it as a tactic when it came to the Deathstroke scene that got released. When those clips get released publicly, it's for a reason. Okay. They're testing the reaction of the audience. That whole when Ryan Reynolds did it, if that leak never happened, Deadpool 1 would have never gotten made. Deadpool 1 got made because of the internet's reaction to that leak. Yeah, so, like I said, when I see these leaks happening, these test screening footage leaks, I tend to believe there's more to it.
Well, if that's so happen to be the case, if that's so happen to be the case with that, and they haven't really cast anybody for that role, if Henry get that part, yeah, I'm all in. Because I'm not a James Bond fan. I was never really into James Bond, but Henry playing the character, I think that'll be good for that, and I'll go see it just because of Henry Cavill, because he fits the part, he fits the mold. To me, he fits the mold. So, and he need to have something where he can, that he'll get in. So I hope he gets the part. I really does.
Yeah, I'm just trying to pull up real quick. The latest casting rumors for James Bond here. Ooh, I didn't realize that somebody was pitching. They're pitching the dude from Gladiator 2. What's his name? The young guy, the guy who played the Gladiator in Gladiator 2. He's one of the actors that they picked.
I know who you're talking about. I can't think his name. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, and then there's also rumors of Michael Fassbender, Josh O'Connor, Aaron Tyler Johnson, Michael Ward. There's a lot of rumors around. Tom Holland, I heard, was another one.
Tom Holland.
I really hope it's not Tom Holland. Like
the Tom.
Oh my God. Barry Keoghan is another name that's making the rounds right now. And Paul Maskell, that was the guy from Gladiator 2. Paul Maskell.
Okay.
You know what? If they're gonna go with a younger James Bond, I would be open to Paul Maskell. I actually really enjoyed his performance in Gladiator 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
But my heart is set on Cavill, guys.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, I think he'd make a great Bond. That scene from his other film, especially The Man from U.N.C.L.E. So I mean, he's got it, guys. I think that he would make the perfect Bond. So
I mean, I know Dennis Villeneuve is a big name in Hollywood, like with the Dune franchise right now, Blade Runner 2049. Like I know he knows what he's doing. He doesn't. I don't have reason to doubt the direction he takes the franchise. I have reason to doubt the direction Amazon takes the franchise.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see how this all plays out.
Yeah. That's great, Denis, but can we also have the bad guy make a couple of jokes while they're sitting at the roulette table? Just, have one of them make some weird noises under his breath, and then we have Cavill's Bond say what, and then we have the bad guy say what.
You see, I think Bond has the same. It almost has the same issue that Superman has, where Bond has an aura to him. Okay, you can't just put anybody in a suit and bow tie and call him James Bond. It doesn't work like that. So when I see names like Tom Holland attached to the next James Bond, I
think Superboy.
Yeah, it doesn't compute. It doesn't work. I just don't see the aura. I see the same issue that a certain Superman is having right now.
If Tom Holland, look, if Tom Holland can grow a little taller, get a little bigger, and drop a couple octaves in his voice, then he'd be perfect.
Well, that's the thing. Tom Holland doesn't have the physique. He's not he can work out.
He's in pretty good shape. No, I mean
he's in good shape. Yes, but he's not
shape. He's not
big enough, bro.
He's not. Yeah,
he doesn't have the broadness. Athletic. He doesn't have the shoulders. He doesn't have the length. The tall. He's still, as a man, he still looks like a teenager.
He looks like a teenager. That's what I said. That's what I said. I said he still looks like a teenager to me. He doesn't look like, I'm always gonna see this dude as Spider-Man because he's got that baby face, man.
Baby face.
I mean, it's just he doesn't have that rugged, what they call that rugged masculinity. So there it is.
Yeah, real quick, Joker threw in an interesting comment here. It says, I'm not too knowledgeable of Bond, but there's a book called Silverfin, not written by Ian Fleming, that's with Bond as a 13-year-old.
Really?
I think he meant it is written by Ian Fleming. I'm not too sure. But yeah, apparently
Ian
there's
Fleming,
a book called Silverfin featuring a 13-year-old Bond. Interesting.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
A lot of people ain't taking Tom Holland seriously. They ain't gonna take Tom Holland seriously.
That's what I'm saying. If that's real, man, they're gonna be like, what?
Yeah. And the sad thing is I think Tom Holland gets miscast in quite a bit. I think they did a good job casting him as Spider-Man, but what really threw me off was when they casted him as Nathan Drake in the Uncharted movie. When that happened, I'm like, yeah, this movie's gonna suck. And I was right about that. Because, and you know who actually did do a great Nathan Drake? I don't know if you guys have ever seen the short film that was on YouTube, and Nathan Drake was actually played by Guy Gardner, Nathan Fillion. Nathan Fillion did a short film where he plays Nathan Drake online, and it was actually really well done. Check that. If you guys haven't seen it, check it out on YouTube, guys. But yeah, Tom Holland doesn't do it for me.
All right.
But yeah, dude, let's keep it rolling. What else you got for us, Charles? John Bernthal joins Spider-Man Brand New Day.
I don't know how I feel about this.
So, you know what's interesting is there is a Spider-Man and Punisher crossover comic. Phil pointed it out to me a couple of days ago. I'm going to try and find it real quick while we discuss this. Yes, The Amazing Spider-Man number 129, featuring the Punisher. And I don't think I've read this story, but Phil did mention after seeing this comic that it does make sense that they would bring the Punisher into the Spider-Man franchise. I mean, they already brought Daredevil in, right? Like Matt Murdock was in the last one. So I really wonder story-wise, like, is he going to be hunting Spider-Man? You know, like, I don't know.
Well, what I'm trying to get, I don't know, man. How do you think the tone would be?
Oh, well, that's hard to say because
is this with Tom Holland or is it with Morales?
That's with Tom Holland. He's going to be in the next
Spider-Man.
Okay. It's hard to tell because like when they you guys have obviously seen Daredevil, right?
Yeah.
Punisher had a very dark presence in that show, just like he did in the original show. I don't know how that translates to a Spider-Man movie though. Spider-Man movies are genuinely more lighthearted. You know, they don't have that grittiness, that dark grittiness that the Punisher fits in with. Daredevil does, and that's why it works so well. So
I'm trying to get my head around it because I don't know how that's going to work. Because him playing the Punisher, you know, if he's playing Punisher, they're going to have to. That's why I'm saying I'm trying to wrap my head around it. How they gonna do that? Because I don't know.
Take a look real quick at the. I'm just trying to skim through what the story was in this comic. Maybe it'll give some kind of a hint as to what they're doing.
Yeah, what's the inspiration for them to bring him in? Because we already know. Because we know how Punisher is. So Punisher, you know, you gotta have. It gotta be some brute force. It gotta be some killing. It gotta be. So you know, and Tom and with him playing Spidey, see, he's still. I don't know if they're gonna actually have him grow up. I don't know if they're gonna have him be 18-year-old or 19-year-old Spidey finally in this.
Well, he's supposed to be in college, I believe. I believe he's starting for college university. So the story behind this comic here, I just pulled up a synopsis. It says a new costume character called the Jackal has appeared and hired a vigilante, the Punisher, to kill Spider-Man. Spider-Man, meanwhile, is web slinging through the city, contemplating the recent death of his girlfriend Gwen Stacy. He stops to take some pictures of a robbery and stops along the way. Okay, so if I had to make an assumption of where they might go with this, I'm thinking maybe a villain or somebody hires Punisher to go after Spider-Man as he's trying to deal with the repercussions and issues that have happened from the previous story, where nobody, he basically, instead of losing Gwen Stacy, he basically lost MJ. He didn't lose her, but she doesn't remember him.
Hang on. NGT says they really do a lot of team ups though between Spider-Man and Punisher in the comics. How was the tone in that to you, NGTZ? Is it like, I mean, is it like pretty even-handed? Is it like X-Men tone? I like the X-Men tone. They pretty much keep it, it's not super funny, but then they kind of keep the action going and they keep it kind of dramatic as well with all of that. But how was the tone in that is in those comics?
Even if you take it back to like the old 90s Spider-Man cartoon, a lot of that, the Punisher was in that as well. And it was him hunting down Peter Parker. He's trying to take out Peter Parker, right? So maybe there's some kind of element like that they're trying to do where he's a hired gun or something going after the Spider Freak or, something like that. I'm not a big Marvel guy, so
I'm not either. I mean, it's
it
very
comes out to Lord. I know a little bit, just a little bit of it, but like I said, that's why I was trying to wrap it around my head, because like I said, it all depends. Like homie says that Punisher and Spidey did team up at times, but most of the time he was always a hired gun to track him down. So, but how they're going to do it, because you're gonna have a problem. Because you're going to have those Marvel fans that want the Punisher, because John plays a good Punisher. Don't get me wrong. He plays a good Punisher. Now, the question is going to be, are you going to get full Punisher, or are you going to get a slight toned down Punisher? And that's going to be the problem. Because if you get a slight toned down Punisher, it's going to make a lot of motherfuckers mad. It's going to make a lot of cats mad. But if you go full-fledged Punisher and you allow him to do what he do, so it might even out. I don't know, because from the stuff that I know what's been going on with Marvel and stuff like that, Disney been intervening with Marvel Studios a lot. They've been intervening on a lot of things. And even though Marvel Studios is its own entity, Disney has been meddling in a lot of their stuff. That's why a lot of their stuff is not either going to be coming out or it's been mediocre, because Disney been meddling.
So my question is, though, this movie, Spider-Man, is it coming out before the next Avengers or after the next Avengers?
I have no idea. I
don't know either, but I'm thinking if it comes out after the next Avengers, Punisher is set to be in that movie, right? So perhaps there is a setup going on in that movie, or if it's the other way around, perhaps this is the setup to bring Punisher into the Avengers. You know what I mean? Into that right. Movie. So, like I said, I'm not too sure which one's coming first, whether it's Spider-Man or whether it's Avengers Doomsday.
Okay. All right, moving right along. And again, if you are just coming in, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Go ahead and hit that like and subscribe.
Ron E. supposed to have been released after, but now it's before. So they're going to use this to set it up. And sorry, I just hit my microphone. They're going to use this film to set him up and bring him into that whole Avengers spiel.
Well,
makes sense.
That would make sense. We got the Spider-Man first before that. That makes sense. And then put him into the Avengers. That'll make sense.
Spider-Man and then the next Doomsday. That's what Joker says. All right. So moving on to our next topic, guys. We got Matt Reeves. He finished the script for the Batman 2 and he took a photo and posted it online. I wonder why he did that, guys.
To shut people up. because all that crazy stuff going all around the place, and everybody keep on assuming and making all these crazy assumptions and saying it's dead and it's gonna be this, they're gonna interject it with the DCU. I'm like, people, y'all need to calm the brakes on that. I know what's gonna happen. Y'all just don't want to deal with it.
You know what? I also think it's a little deeper than that too. I think there's a reason why he posted the photo beyond that, and I'll get into it. But Charles, do you want me to run through the Deadline article?
Yeah, go ahead, buddy.
All right, cool. Matt Reeves and Mattson Tomlin have completed their script for The Batman 2 more than 3 years after the first film starring Robert Pattinson came out in theaters. The pair showed a blurred black and white photo of the script with a bat on the cover, under which the fuzzy title seemed to say The Batman Part 2. Reeves captioned...
That's what I was looking for.
Yeah. Reeves captioned the post, which is a collab share with co-writer Tomlin, partners in crime, and then in quotation, fighters. He also tweeted the photo and tagged Tomlin. The caption cleverly alluded to Robin, who did not appear in the first film.
Right.
The sequel was first announced in April of 2022 on the heels of the first film's March 4th theatrical release, which also starred Colin Farrell as Oz the Penguin, Zoe Kravitz as Selena Kyle, Jeffrey Wright as Jim Gordon, John Turturro as Carmine Falcone, Paul Dano as the Riddler, and Andy Serkis as Alfred. The news of the script's completion comes just ahead of the arrival of James Gunn and Peter Safran's Superman, which will herald in the new DC universe. Gunn's response to fans' complaints online of the delay of the script, telling them to be patient, but in different words. He actually said, Matt's slow. That's what Gunn actually said. Be patient, Matt's slow.
Which is a good thing for him to say. I like that. I like that response. I really do.
I think he was kind of throwing Matt under the bus there, but I have more.
No, let's get Prime. So why do you think that was a good thing, Prime?
Because first of all, because James Gunn said is that they're not going to force and mandate no scripts to be put out unless it's complete and it's good. Because anytime in business, especially in Hollywood, what they do is that they put a mandate, they put a date, they give you a time to go ahead and get your script done. That's why sometimes when you see movies, they be mediocre. And they do fill-ins as they go along because they got a mandate and they give them restriction. They give them a mandate date to get that script out. Right now, they don't have no mandates. If the script is good, you got it thought out. You got all the time in the world to get your stuff done. That's why I say, and I'm glad that he said that he's slow. Matt Reeves taking his time because why? Y'all people fail to realize, all right? You can't mess this Batman 2 up. The Batman was a good film. The Penguin was fantastic. Okay?
Prime. I got Sergeant up in here. He said Reeves was held up by Gunn.
I disagree.
Think, Prime?
I disagree. Gunn ain't got nothing to do with it because Reeves is doing his own thing. People got their misconceptions and all this stuff on what they thinking. Look, Matt Reeves has stated it plenty of times that he's not trying to be in the DCU. This is his own entity. This is his own property. He's doing his own story. He's not trying to interject in nothing in the DCU. Okay? This is why they incorporated the Elseworld department. They have to utilize it. Let me see.
I got another one for you, Prime. This one's from Divas.
They need Gunn's approval. They need Gunn's approval. Yes, again, like I said, it takes its time, but you also got to remember, it's not in the DCU. It's going to be Elseworld. This is Reeves' universe. This ain't got nothing to do to fit in the DCU.
All right, so let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Why is Gunn approving it? Why does he need to be approved? Why does he?
Well, first of all, it's going to be under DC Studios. You got to remember the Batman property is not under Warner Brothers no more. Because they actually, when they divide the studios, all DC properties, all right, it's all going to be under DC Studios. It's not going to be under Warner Brothers or Warner Brothers Discovery if you want to get technical. You got to remember, even though DC is owned by Warner Brothers, it's still under their umbrella. It's just its own entity. It's the same thing like Marvel Studios. Disney owns it, but it's its own studio. All right, and they do their own thing. Unfortunately, now, Disney is interfering with a lot of stuff that MCU is doing right now. They really is. They intervening on a lot of stuff.
Let me rephrase the question.
Go ahead.
Let me rephrase the question. Okay, so his script has nothing to do with the DCU, right?
Nope.
Okay, let me rephrase. So in other words, I'm not going to ask, is Gunn approving it or whatever. Let me ask, in what capacity is Gunn approving this script then, if it has nothing to do with the DCU?
Because they got
in what capacity? And in other words, if he's looking at the script, what is Gunn looking for specifically in that script to say it's approved or not approved? That's what I want.
Basically, what he's going to say is that, Matt, is it a go? Are we ready to shoot? Are you completely and are you comfortable with this script? Because it sounds good. You got to remember, this is Matt Reeves' universe. He's building this up. All right. You can't put this universe in the DCU. James Gunn is building something completely different in his DC universe. All right. Matt Reeves' universe is completely grounded. That's why it's going into Elseworld. The only problem that people are not understanding is that how are you going to promote this and direct your audience to the Elseworld? Because you're going to have two Batmans. How are you going to do that? That's very easy to do. You're going to have to start marketing and letting people know DC Studios has two Zandras. You have an Elseworld Zandra and you have the DCU. They have their own continuity. Matt Reeves is on his own, is his own entity. It's just like comics. You got Elseworld and then you got continuity. The DCU was the DC continuity. Matt Reeves is making his own story. He's only doing it. He's doing his own universe. And it has
Rock's your rebuttal.
I've been biting my tongue for a while now on this.
Your rebuttal, sir.
Okay. So again, I don't have a short-term memory like a lot of people on the internet do. Okay. I tend to remember certain things. And again, let's just go back about a month. Let's go back about a month and a half, maybe 2 months tops. Go to Google, type in Matt Reeves, the Batman script. Take a look at the narrative that was out months ago. Okay. There were rumors that the script had already been submitted, that James Gunn had turned down the script, that it had to be revised. There were a lot of interesting rumors going out about this particular script. I think, me personally, I think that Matt Reeves posting this photo online the way he did was a tactic. It was a tactic to get the movie moving forward. Because notice how when this got posted, how long did it take for James Gunn to respond? What did James Gunn respond with? He responded with an emoji once again, just like he did with the Penguin. When he promoted the Penguin, you guys remember he promoted it with a penguin emoji? You want to know what he posted when this came out? He posted the eyes, the two googly eyes emoji. Like, look at this. Didn't say
hold that thought. Hold that thought, Rox. I got Prime. I got another contender. What happens? This is from Ron E. What happens when Gunn doesn't want competition for his Batman?
That's an easy question to answer. Because now James Gunn is going to put his own foot in his mouth. Because he should have never said that they have an Elseworld division. He should have never said that. They should have never incorporated that. And also, you got to remember, the Batman was already done under Warner Brothers. So this is a discrepancy that Gunn, he has no say-so on this. He had to let that roll. And if he has, and this is the problem too, all right? Do y'all understand how magnified and the implications that people are anticipating a good Batman 2 moving forward? Do y'all understand how good the Penguin is?
Yeah.
Do y'all understand how good the Penguin was? Do y'all understand that? So if y'all understand that, James Gunn, he can't fuck this up. He cannot. Because if he fucks this up, he's going to be doing the same thing that the old regime did with the last DC stuff. Interfering and listening to other people and being selfish because of something that you want to do instead of letting the director and the artist flourish and let him finish what he does. Because Matt Reeves already put it out there on the table. He making his own thing. Leave the man alone. Just approve and let me work. Give me the time so I can work and go from there. And if James Gunn start contradicting himself on a lot of stuff, that's going to be bad on him. Extremely bad on him. I'm not a Gunn fan like that.
Your rebuttal, sir. Go.
I take a look at James Gunn's history and see how he's already rebutted himself, how he's already disproven himself on so many things when it comes to Superman, when it comes to this DCU, when it comes to him saying, oh, Ben Affleck wants to be a part of this. Remember? He wants to be a part of our team. Ben Affleck, absolutely not. Remember?
Yeah.
You know, he said that he originally said that they recasted Henry Cavill because they were looking for a younger Superman. They were looking for a Superman that suits this story. Right? There's been a lot of things that James Gunn has said that he's kind of, you know, put his own foot in his mouth.
And I agree with you.
Yeah. So I kind of
agree with you.
I want to hit on the point as to what, like, I look at it like this, okay? James Gunn is about James Gunn. Everybody can see that.
I'm seeing that.
What does James Gunn have to gain if this movie gets made? Is there any benefit for James Gunn?
Good looking out. Good looking out, Mama Bear. You go ahead, bro. Keep talking.
Yeah. Is there any benefit for James Gunn and James Gunn's DCU if this movie gets made? Because I really believe. Sorry, I just want to finish up here before we move on. I really believe that this script was put out this way for a reason. I tend to believe that Matt Reeves was being stonewalled. And there was this narrative put out there that he's slow, that he's not ready, that he doesn't have a script. I think he's been submitting the script. I think that James Gunn has had a script probably for a while, and he kept adding notes, kept projecting certain things. And Matt Reeves finally got fed up, had enough of the narrative, and said, "You know what? This is my script. I'm going to post it online. The public's going to see it. Ball's in your court. Make your move."
No, you know what?
That's what I tend to think happened.
Hey, and I can't disagree with you on that neither. I can't. You got to look at both scenarios. You can't will them out. You can't will it out. You can't. You got to look at both scenarios, because for the simple fact is that this is what people fail to realize is that how can I put this? James Gunn, I started to see the way that he handles things. I really don't care for him. I'm not saying that he's a bad writer or director in certain instances, but the way that he's handling things, I don't really care for it. Because for the simple fact is that
he's certainly no fan of competition. I mean, take a look at Superman and Lois, great example. There was no reason to cancel that. There was no reason to cancel that.
Now I'm gonna tell you the reason why they did that, and I'm gonna tell you the reason why this is. Now I'm glad that you said that. I'm gonna put this point in there. The reason why they canceled all the CWs and the reason why they got all the shows, you're absolutely correct, because David Zaslav actually put it out there, and he stated that they didn't want to have no competition within house. They want everybody to be strictly focused on the DCU. They want them to be strictly focused on the DCU.
Huge mistake.
That's the reason why they wanted to close up. That's why they wanted to close up everything, because they didn't want to have different versions. What's up?
You know what you just said to me? You just said so they don't want competition. You hit the nail on the head, because that's been their problem this whole time. If I'm the CEO of Warner Brothers, right, or the head of DC, you know what I'm doing? I'm opening up every single 52 universes. I'm throwing it open. I'm hiring heads of the departments that I want. Black Label, Elf, whatever it is. I'm hiring heads, and then I'm going to tell those executives, go find me my creatives based off of this material. I want to see Deceased. I want to see Crisis. I want to see Injustice. I want to see Kingdom Come. I want to see all of it. And I want you to find me creatives that can give me the tones and the visions that I'm looking for based off of what these comics are. That's what I would do.
And I agree with you if they decided to go ahead and do all that stuff in the Elseworld department. But this is the problem that they have. All right. They are fixated on this Marvel formula. They've been transitioning this crap for the longest. Now, I need people to understand this is the reason why I say that it doesn't matter what the Superman does. They're not going to derail off this train. It's just not going to happen. They have too much stuff in production already. They got too many. So the problem that they have is that if they have an issue with competition within house, okay, they're going to
Girls fan. They want to force feed us bullshit.
Well,
that's right.
That can be.
They want us looking at. They want us to have tunnel vision, bro. Guns DCU, his stuff, and whatever rewrites and notes and buffoonery he wants to add, and every one of those directors' scripts and writer scripts and all of that. That's what I feel like is going to happen.
Well, I believe that, but they have their own problem in house. And I knew this was going to happen when they started to chop and axe other DC properties to get the DCU started. I said their problem is going to be the Batman. Because when they started doing that, the Batman was so highly successful. It's a very good film. Some people love it. Some people like it.
I'm not a fan of the Batman, but I'm not going to deny that it was a successful film.
Right.
It did well.
Okay. And again, like I said, now the problem was this. The Penguin was already in development before James Gunn became co-CEO. I need y'all to understand this. Y'all need to listen to me very, very clearly. The Batman was already done, and Penguin was already in production before James Gunn became co-CEO of DC Studios. DC Studios wasn't even in fruition yet. All right. Everything that was already greenlit by Walter Hamada before he exited, they had to get all that done. Everything was already greenlit by Walter Hamada.
Yeah, okay? I agree with that. When you're making business moves like that, you're making these guys, they do projections. Mm-hmm. So they have stuff already signed off on, ready to go, even before.
Aquaman 2,
years
Blue
before.
Beetle. Blue Beetle, it was Aquaman 2, The Flash, all of that was all done under Walter
already in the
game. Walter Hamada. So they had to get all those done. So once
technically, if this gets greenlit, if the Batman 2 goes forward, this is the first Elseworlds film from James Gunn's DC.
Yeah, it's not an if it's going to happen. It has to happen, because I'm going to tell you why. It goes back to what I've been saying. What we just received. The Penguin. Do you understand how many people are anticipating the Batman 2? If you don't remember the Penguin and you did not watch it, I think you need to go ahead and watch it. Regurgitate yourself and sit down and watch that show.
Yeah, that show is phenomenal.
Here's where I can counter you, though, and I have to mention.
Hang on, wait a minute, hang on. Rocks, your rebuttal, sir. Go.
Zack Snyder's Justice League was a worldwide phenomenon. Now, they can bury the numbers here in America, here in Canada, all they want. Actually, in Canada, they didn't really bury the numbers. Crave put out the numbers. It was one of the number one IPs on their platform for the longest time. It was only in the US where they buried the actual numbers of what the Snyder Cut did. But it was a global phenomenon, according to WB executives' own words. It was their words.
Exactly.
And they decided not to go forward with that. After I see that, I see that this company is very much capable of making very, very stupid decisions. I'm not saying the Batman 2 is going to get canceled and not move forward. I'm saying that if it does, it would not surprise me. It's in Warner Bros. Motif. It's in who Warner Brothers are. Okay, they are very, very stupid people running these IPs and these properties.
So I got to piggyback off of you, and I got to counteract with that. You got to remember that was the old regime. We have a new regime now, so we don't know what this new regime is really, really going to fully do until it really, really gets in full effect. You got to remember, officially, this new regime DC Studios, y'all thinking that Flash, Black Adam, and all that was with Gunn and Zaslav. They ain't got nothing to do with them. They inherited that.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
They inherited that. The DCU, it officially started with James Gunn and Zaslav with Creature Commandos. That's when it officially started. Mm-hmm. So your first official film is Superman. That's it. Creature Commandos, that was Superman. That's what I'm saying. So y'all have to understand, and basically what they got to build with this is on their work now. This officially started. All that stuff that was on the former regime, that's over with.
I just want to ask real quick: was Black Adam also Walter Hamada? Was that?
Yes,
also?
It was. Yes, it was.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, it was. Now with that situation, that's what I'm saying. That former regime, that stuff was all jacked up. It was all jacked up. That's why when Zaslav took over, he took care of everything and wiped this slate clean, and was going to and did something that we, as DC fans, we've been asking this shit for decades. You need to have your own film studio. You got to have it. Now you finally got one. But you appointed James Gunn to do a job. So it's up to him. And I understand what Gunn is doing. And I can't recall if he mandated that if it failed, that he would step down. I can't recall that. I have to go back and see.
I've never heard anything along those lines.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I have to recall that if he did, or it could be a possibility. But if it's a possibility, this would be he has to be the head in charge to get this going. This is why he's doing most of the producing, directing, and the writing. So
Prime, let me read this comment right quick. Okay, and this is actually for you, Prime. So Raheem Hamilton says, you guys forgot DC Comics got rid of Elseworlds years ago.
Actually, they never got rid of Elseworlds. You must be talking about Black Label. They got rid of Black Label. Elseworlds stories is always going to be there. They got rid of Black Label. Okay? So when they got rid of Black Label was basically more of your more serious, more, I would say, Constantine's, and you had more of the Lucifer and the you had more, well, people don't know this because he never really was in comics all like that. People don't know who the strongest character in DC is. People don't even know that. He only made a couple of appearances in comics, but if you know the multiverse and you read the DC label and stuff, oh yeah, Sandman is on Dark Label, and so forth. That's more the realm of, more magic and religion and all that stuff. Magic, religion, spirituality, and all that stuff. That's what Dark Label is. It's more of the serious stuff. People don't even know who the strongest character in DC is. I bet you people that's in the comments, y'all don't even know who the strongest person in DC is. I'm gonna let y'all think about that. Y'all probably ain't gonna even know who he is.
I throw it out there. I think it's what's his name from Watchmen, the blue guy. What's his? I always
Dr. Manhattan.
Dr. Manhattan.
It ain't him.
It's not him. Okay.
It ain't him.
I always thought it was Dr. Manhattan.
Will we be surprised?
Yeah, you'll be surprised because people don't even know who he is. Only real DC fans really know this.
Drop it.
I'll tell you, it's the Presence.
The Presence.
The Presence.
He wasn't the Presence in Kingdom Come, I believe.
He's in there. The Presence is in there. Basically,
break him down.
Well, the Presence is God. He's basically God. He's God. He's God. He's the strongest character. All right. He's the strongest character. And then you got Lucifer, and then you got Lucifer's daughter. Lucifer's daughter is right below the Presence. I can't think of her name right now. But then Lucifer is there, and then you have the Spectre, and then you have, like I said, is all that part of DC where those characters are, where they're the most strongest in DC. It's in that world. It's all in the dark level. Sandman in there too.
Yeah.
So
I thought that's where you were going with that too. Yeah, and Sandman. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So but back to what we were talking about this, that they cannot mess this up. And James Gunn, if this so happened to be the case, and I'm not saying nobody, because this could be possibly true. If James Gunn allow his ego to get in the way, it's the same thing that happened with the DCEU because of egos. And he's the head. So if his ego gets in the way of this, he's already going to mess this up at jump. You allow Reeves to do what he has to do, because it's not going to mess with anything with the DCU. It's not. All right, it's not. Because I'm going to say this, and I'm going to leave this alone, and you can get to the next topic. I'm going to say this. Superman is going to do okay. It's going to do fine. The film that's going to make his money and what's going to put the DCU on the map, it's going to be Supergirl. That's going to be the movie that's going to make the money. That's the movie that's going to put it on the map.
Rox, your face says you have a rebuttal, sir. Go.
I don't know, man.
Nice rebuttal. All right, moving on.
You know, I gotta say, it's just, you know what? I look at this and I tend to think about. I want to go back to Zaslav's own words. Okay, what Zaslav actually said, what we know he said, and one of the things that I remember him saying is that we are not going to have 3 different Batman running around in our universes.
He did say that. He did say that.
Okay,
he did say that.
So, again, and that came from the horse's mouth. So this is again why I tend to think that this script was posted the way it was, because it shows the public that, look, what's being said is bullshit. The script is here. The ball is in their court. I personally don't think that James Gunn wanted this to go forward. I personally
don't either. I mean, from even if he has to, it has to be done. And I'm not saying it's not. I'm saying that, yeah, if they can't mess this up, then they can't mess it up. But in his mind up here, oh no.
And I really don't doubt those rumors where they were saying that Gunn wanted to integrate the Batman into his DCU because it solves that problem that Zaslav presented them with. I don't want 3 Batman. I don't want multiple Batman. That solves that problem.
I agree with you, but I agree with you. I completely agree with you. But again, you got to remember, you're bringing. Let's go with the stuff that we know. All right. You have a Superman that you're bringing into this universe. That's from, you have an incorporation and element of a Superman that's a little bit more Silver Age. Matt Reeves' Batman is not even near that.
The tone isn't there. I see.
It's not there.
And I'll be honest. It was in the last episode, the last couple episodes. I believe the other option. People are going to fucking
keep talking, Rox. I'll be right back.
But I actually believe the other option is what we saw at the end of The Flash. James Gunn has publicly said that George Clooney is his favorite Batman. If you need a campy, older Batman for a Brave and the Bold universe, for a Brave and the Bold film, one who is, he has a team. To me, it kind of makes sense that, and then they could tie it back to what happened in The Flash. You know what I mean? They could all tie it back and say this is still one big connected thing. Imagine that. Imagine Brave and the Bold comes around and it's George Clooney Batman.
Well, they could do that, but then that would be stupid for them to do that. It's a possibility. I'm not going to let it out.
And here's the other thing. Like I said, James Gunn has publicly said George Clooney is my favorite Batman. He's publicly said it.
Yeah, I know. And again, oh my God, this motherfucker.
I'm just connecting those dots, bro. People.
I know you can connect the dots. It's just that, again, I'm not a James Gunn fan like that. So until you.
And speaking of James Gunn,
I'm not a big James Gunn fan, but I do have to give the man his props on certain things. He does write certain good material on certain things, and at the same time, he has his own style, and you can't knock him on his style. It's just the simple fact is that I just can't. Me personally, I don't see how, because
Let me just put it to you like this real quick, okay? Everything I am seeing from these Superman trailers, from these Superman clips, as we're about to watch, everything I'm seeing about the tone and the campiness tells me that that George Clooney's Batman would fit perfectly into this world. Perfectly.
Can't deny that. Can't deny it.
You can't deny it, and I'm not, and that's crazy. He said George Clooney is his favorite Batman. Oh,
yeah, brother.
He said that, bro. He owns it. It's all his.
Oh.
Oh, dude.
All right. Okay. It is what it is.
We feed the canine. And we are not flesh and blood and couldn't, in our heart of hearts, care less whether he lives or dies.
What is this?
Actually, me personally, I like the clip. It tells me a lot. It tells me, it tells me exactly what I got an idea. I got an idea. I think Crypto is not his dog.
Well, they were saying that he's Kara's dog. Yeah, it's Supergirl's dog.
Yeah, it's Kara's dog, and I think he babysitting Crypto. Yeah, and Crypto is just, you know, but he mirrored Crypto after his dog, so he put his dog and put Crypto on it, but regardless, I had to say,
how many does it hold?
Yeah, this part I didn't know. Good. Like I said, elements of that.
So I'm just gonna run through them right quick.
Yep. Do it.
Grab the board, Jimmy.
How many does it hold?
5 or 6. 6.
Okay. Lombard, YouTube.
This bothers me so much. So much, because some of the best elements from Man of Steel came from the Daily Planet, came from Perry White, came from that whole, what was when the girl was trapped in the rubble and Perry's trying to save her. You know, that serious tone. It was so well done. And then I just see the bastardization of all that with this right here. And
again, that Silver Age mixed with 78 style. And like I said, I mean, I called it. I guarantee you people don't even know this. I'm just going to throw y'all a bone for the people that don't know their history. Do y'all know Miss Tessmacher was never in comics until 2000?
Wasn't she in the animated series?
No. Miss Tessmacher was introduced, and Miss Tessmacher has the Harley Quinn effect. Miss Tessmacher was introduced in 1978 in the Superman film. She was never in comics. Never. She was only supposed to be used in the actual films. They never put her in comics. Tessmacher was not, and she didn't start getting into comics until the Justice League, which book was that? It was in 2000. I'm trying to remember the book. That was her first appearance.
Wasn't there a character though that was basically her, like her essence, but it was a different character?
I'm trying to remember her name.
She was in BVS. She was in the
I know.
Lex blew her up.
God dang, man.
His assistant, right?
His assistant. Yeah. No, Miss Tessmacher is Lex's assistant. Yes.
Yeah.
But she was introduced in the comics. She was introduced in the movie, but then they finally put her in 2000 in the comic.
Yeah, because I knew even in Superman animated series, Lex had the assistant character. I couldn't.
Yeah, I forget her name. I'm trying to remember her name in the animated series, but it wasn't Miss Tessmacher. It wasn't Miss Tessmacher.
Marcy. Thank you, Chad. Thank you, Chad.
Right. Yep. Yeah. It wasn't Miss Tessmacher. So for y'all that don't know, that's why I'm saying she wasn't in the animated series. For y'all don't know, Miss Tessmacher was never in comics. She was first introduced in 1978. All right. And she was never in the lore. Never was. And when I saw him putting Miss Tessmacher in this new film, I'm like, this motherfucker really put 1978 shit in.
78 Superman, yep.
Yep. So like I said, for y'all that don't know, like I said, Miss Tessmacher is in this film, but she was introduced, and she was only in like 3 books. That's it. 3 after 2000. No, yeah. New 52, because she's in 2 new books. She's in 2 books in the New 52, and she was introduced in 2000, but she was introduced in 1978. So now he's putting her back in this. You know, it's the same thing with Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn was introduced in the Batman animated series. She was only supposed to be in one episode.
Yeah,
but she got so famous and popular with everybody that kept on putting her in the show, and then we know the rest what happened with Harley Quinn.
Yeah.
So
they eventually put her in the comics. Right. She blows up. Yeah.
Yeah, she blows up. So this is how. But other than that, we know Miss Tessmacher wasn't in the comics. A lot of people didn't know that.
Didn't. Yeah, a lot of people didn't.
A lot of people didn't know that, Raheem. A lot of people did not know that. Everybody thought that Miss Tessmacher was really in the comics. Let me see.
All right, let's talk about it because I honestly want to talk about the Transformer stuff more than I want to talk about the Superman shit.
Oh,
so
we'll run through this real quick. Yeah.
Okay, so this is how I feel about it. I'm not going to see this for so many reasons.
I want to hear this.
Okay, excuse me. I didn't prepare a list, but let's just say. All right. He screams like a child.
Who?
He acts like a child.
Superman.
Superman. Yeah. He acts like a child, like a 12-year-old. That exchange between him and Lex when he busted in the office and threw his desk and all.
Where's the dog?
Where's the dog?
Where's the dog?
Kind of stuff. Let me go ahead and just tell you right now. To me, what it looked like, I was witnessing two kids at a playground, and I'm sitting on the outside of the playground just watching them like this, and there's this sandbox and these action figures in there, and that's what it was like to me. He felt like Superboy, not Superman.
That's a good.
He felt more like what's his face? From Superman and Lois, his son, their son.
Jonathan.
Yes, he felt like that.
Yeah,
more
the
than
one with the curly, the whiny one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, with the dark hair.
So not Jonathan. It was Jordan.
Yeah, Jordan.
Yes.
So he reminded me of Jordan. You know how immature and just lowball Jordan was, and he was just off the wall. That's what he reminded me of. Straight up. Prime, I gotta tell you, brother, I love DC. I really, really do. But there has got to be a point where I'm just like, no. Because this is the reason why they need to open up all these universes. This James Gunn is the exact reason why. Because I'm not saying people won't like his Superman or his interpretation of Superman. I'm just saying that not everybody wants to see that interpretation of Superman. That's what I'm saying. He's positioning this as a film for families, but then you got like 3 or 4 other family films that are coming out right around that.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense.
And I'm glad you brought that up, man, because I'm getting tired of people keep on saying that this is going to be a $1 billion film. If y'all think I know business, I know metrics. All right. Superman might be successful financially, but I'm going to tell you the reason why this is a bad idea and where it was placed. People fail to realize, I'm just going to give a synopsis. All right. If you start the month of July, and let's just say you got a family of 4. Okay. Let's say you got the average family of 4. Okay.
I know where
you got all you know where I'm going? You got
I tried to explain this on social media and some people just didn't get it, but
right. And I put it down with the metrics. The average ticket cost, okay, in the US, if you go with every single market, is $16.08. That is the average cost for a ticket. Yeah. One ticket. All right. If you got a family of 4, just for tickets,
it's almost $80 when you include tax.
That's not
That's not the popcorn. That's not the candy.
Thank you. So if you're thinking you got all these movies coming out in the month of July, and people fail to realize, and I said this, I'm gonna pull up my tweet and everybody can look at it. I broke it all down and I showed the graph. All right, the movies that's coming out in July, and one family said, "What movie would you like to see this month? What movie would you like to see this month?" You only get one.
For me, it was Fantastic Four. And I'm gonna tell you what ended up happening was when that trailer came out, I put out a tweet and it went viral. People got mad at me. Some people like I got like 1,000, 1,500 likes, but a lot of people got mad in the comments because what I said was
Sorry, y'all. I'm in everybody's Facebook.
No worries, bro. No worries. I said Superman is cooked. This is the movie I'm buying a ticket to this summer. And I had a lot of people in the comments hit me up saying, "Oh, you must be broke. You can only afford one movie this summer. One movie." It's like, bro, you guys don't understand. I got a family, bro.
You're not talking to real people, man.
Yeah.
If you are talking to real people, you're talking to kids.
Yes.
And I don't mean kids in the sense that they're 15 or 16. I mean that they're adolescent brains, these adults up here, that's their problem. I've had them say that to me. I'm like, I ain't got nothing to do with that, bro.
Right.
I got responsibilities. Do you know what it means to have adult responsibilities? A fucking mortgage, you got kids, you got a family you got to take care of. This, you have to pick and choose, and this is what it has become. This isn't about, oh man, we have so many movies we can see. This is about, okay, which one of these are we gonna see?
Which one?
Exactly.
And this is the thing that factors. See, some people saying he disagree with the other movies that are missing Superman. Sir, hey, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something about entertainment, because you are one-sided. Do you understand what movie is coming out 4th of July weekend?
Jurassic World.
Jurassic World comes out on the 2nd. Now, do you know what movie comes out the next weekend? Superman. Do you understand the next movie that come out that next week? So if you got the Smurfs come out that next following weekend. Now, if you got girls and you're taking out a family, do you think girls is going to go goddamn going to watch Superman over the Smurfs?
Thank you.
Not a chance.
It's like, honey, do you want to hold your ticket or do you want to see Superman now, or do you want to hold your ticket to see Smurfs?
Exactly.
I want to hold my ticket to see Smurfs.
So my boys, real quick, my boys are 5 years old. Okay, 5 years old. I got twin boys, 5-year-olds. If I pull up right now one picture of Superman, one picture of Jurassic Park, one picture of Fantastic Four, and one picture of the Smurfs, and I say to them, which movie do you guys want to go see? I guarantee you know what they're going to pick? They're going to pick the dinosaurs. They're going to pick the dinosaurs.
I said,
pick the dinosaurs.
And this is the problem with people, which I fail to understand. Superman is in the middle. It's in a bad part. Do you understand now? And you also got F1 that just came out.
Yeah. And apparently that's killing it. Apparently it's great
killing it right now. This is the thing that y'all don't understand about. A lot of people don't understand, because I know you want to get to the next topic. You don't understand about the choice and the cost of going through a theater. Like me, okay? I'm an adult. My kids is grown. I have a movie pass. I can go to watch every single movie, okay? People that have a family, all right? Do you understand how much a movie pass costs a month? It costs $20 a month.
What I said was, for the cost to me to take my family to the theaters just once is what it would cost some of you losers who are single and by yourselves, got no responsibilities, to go to the movie theaters 3-4 times in a month. Is what you guys are spending when I go once.
Yep.
When I go once,
anytime you fucking want. Yep. There it is. Gilmore Girl says, if I'm spending $80 at the theater, 80 plus, it's going to be a movie I know I'll enjoy. Yes. You damn.
I'm not taking a risk.
There is no fucking way that I'm spending $80+ on a movie that I know based off of what has been said that it is gonna be mid as fuck. Let's be real.
And on top of this, what y'all fail to realize is that with F1 starting it off and Jurassic World got 4th of July weekend, y'all don't understand what that means. Okay, that movie is out on the 2nd on the Wednesday. 4th of July weekend starts Thursday.
Hey, Roch,
until Monday.
I got a little secret, Roch. You ready? I'm gonna tell everybody. I got receipts that said that Campia and Burnett said this movie is gonna make over $1 billion, y'all. I think Superman? They threw out like 1.1. Yeah, Superman. Robert, I think I put them receipts there in our little folder there, buddy. Dude, wait until this bitch drop and wait until it flops.
Wasn't Robert Burnett backtracking on that this week, though? Wasn't he?
Was
it John Campia? One of them. They were backtracking on that.
No. Your word is bond. And you know why your word is bond? Because Twitter is forever, baby.
Twitter's forever.
Your word is bond now. So if you think this movie, and he's not the only one, him and Campy, they are not the only ones. So if you think this film is going to do $1 billion or over $1 billion, okay, I'm screenshotting every single one of
They say they think it's Superman gonna do it. They think it's Superman gonna do $1 billion.
They said so. I had somebody say that they was gonna do 2, bro.
With
$2 billion.
Like this, the only film that I know that's locked in to do $1 billion automatically, that's Jurassic World.
Jurassic
That's
Park.
doing $1 billion.
I think Fantastic Four can get there if the word of mouth is good enough.
Fantastic Four is going to do 850 to 9.
Yeah, I think the problem with Superman is that the fan base is so polarized and so divided. It doesn't matter how good of a film it is. Having James Gunn's name attached to that movie is its downfall.
And now, but that's your take. Now,
that's my take.
Now that's your take. Now I would say this: the marketing campaign for Superman has been immaculate.
I will not disagree with you. I will not disagree with you. But here's the thing, Prime. Look at how many millions of dollars they've poured into that marketing campaign.
And I know
seeing it everywhere.
Now I said this, and I'm going to stay true to this. And I looked at the numbers, and I'm like, look, this is what Superman is going to do. Either it's going, and you got to account inflation. Mm-hmm. I said that it's going to either tie Man of Steel or be below it. If it goes over Man of Steel, okay, fine. People fail to realize Man of Steel makes $678. Okay,
but that's also 678. That's also 678 million 12 years ago. That's right. That is a lot more asses in the seats than that money translates to today, because
because inflation. I get
yes.
Inflation.
Not only that, Prime. You they fail to realize something else. So 225 was the budget. Then they added in the marketing, got them over like 300, yeah. Their marketing campaign, their push for all of the merch and all of that took half that, took that back down to 225. Guess what was all that Man of Steel needed to make? It only needed to make 580 something million. It didn't need to make it. That's all it needed to make. When you add up them getting their product placement back, money back, when you add that up, plus whatever else, and then and all they needed to make was like $585 million or something like that.
You talking about
Man of Steel.
Now, and then you also forget about this too, and people fail to realize, and this is the problem with Hollywood now. People forgot about DVD sales. That counts too. They stopped doing it. So that also adds to their actual budget, not budget, but their profit.
Is there a reason why they don't factor in physical sales?
They stopped doing it because of streaming. Because they stopped doing it because of streaming. Because of that 45 window bullshit, which is the most dumbest stuff that I said. They need to get rid of that mess.
Yeah,
they need to get rid of that,
because films used to run their course. And when I say run their course, they ran it until the well ran dry. And when they were sure they couldn't make an estimated amount of money during the weekend or the week, and they was like, well, we're finally tapped out. Let's go ahead and say we're going to put it on DVD in 6 months or a year or whatever the case may be. It's going to come on physical media now. But they used to let films run their course. And I mean, films would be in theaters for longer than 45 days.
Yes.
They would be in there for a long time.
They'll be in there for about 4 months.
Yeah.
They'll be in there for 4 months.
They used to let them run it. I want to read this comment right quick, because this is going to segue back into something I want to say. So Demi Ray, shout out. Charles, my opinion has always been Snyder, Nolan, Burton, the work they did for DC to make take these characters seriously. We're going back to the Robin era. I'm glad she mentioned that. Because it brings me back to something that my wife said. Now, this is coming from my wife, and she said this. She said, and I quote, James Gunn is tailoring and pandering his film and his DC universe for pussies. Her words, not mine. That's exactly what she said. So she said, men who don't work on cars anymore, men who don't do anything that are men. This movie is geared toward the soft.
Charles, she's saying what I've been thinking for the longest time, and I've been afraid to say it. But it seems to me, if you want to be real, I'll be real with you. When I see James Gunn's Superman, I see the representations of a beta male. all the representation of a beta male, and that is bringing these beta fans. That's what he's trying to attract.
Yep. And I'm sorry
to bring in. I'm sorry if that hurts anybody's feelings.
I am not here to offend anybody, so I'm going to say this, guys. I am from a different time. I'm from a different era. I'm from you have responsibilities as a man. There's things you do as a man. I was raised this way to be a man. Okay, and there's certain things you do as a man. All right, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's because of everything that's going on in the world right now. So everybody's trying to flip the page to a bright, sunshiny day. And that's okay. That's perfectly fine. But what I do not want is that to be the only way.
Yeah.
That's my problem. My problem is why is Gunn's way and his universe and his goofy and his silly and all of that the only way? You're going to put these rose-colored glasses on and you're just going to watch this shit. I don't want to do that.
Let me explain it. Let me explain that to you because you're making a good argument there. Let me explain it to you. They're regurgitating on an age where they were highly successful. That's why they want to regurgitate and use the Silver Age and why they want to go back to that genre. They think this generation, it will work on that generation as well. So what they are looking at is, okay, we want to go back to the time where it actually worked. Remember what I basically stated. They always talk about Superman 78. Okay, on how good it was. They wanted
to attempt that already. Like, didn't they learn
their lesson? They did it with Superman Returns.
Not even just Superman Returns. They take a look at the style that they went for with Batman Forever, Batman and Robin. That's what Demi Ray was.
Batman Forever was tight. I love Batman Forever. That's my shit.
But when we compare it to Batman and Batman Returns, it was clearly the dive of the franchise.
There was a tonal shift, dude.
It shifted.
Oh yeah. Right? Because what happened? We can get to the Transformers after this part because I know that's what everybody wanted to get to. If y'all know when Batman 89 came out and then when Batman Returns came out, I'm gonna let y'all know a history lesson for the people that forgot. When Batman Returns came out, the general casual audience at the time said it was too dark. It was too serious. They started complaining, and that's the no.
But was it? But I know what you're saying. But here's my question: was it the general audience or was it the advocacy groups? I tend to believe it was more the advocacy.
It was a mixture of all.
Well, so hold on. Now let me slide in here right quick. So, were the films successful? Yes or no?
What?
I would say Batman, Burton, yes. Batman Forever, yes. Batman and Robin off the fucking rails. Not a
now,
chance.
I'm gonna stop you right there. Now, as a CEO, guess what my only metric would be? Is my film gonna make money? Well, yes, sir, it's gonna make money, but it's dark. People are gonna complain. I don't give a fuck.
But
I don't care. You know why I don't care? Because I would be smart enough to say, you, Mr. Executive, open up this department in DC for me. Make it lighthearted, Tony. Find me some lighthearted Tony directors and whatnot. Go let them do that shit over there.
And the crazy part is they had it. They had the animated stuff for the kids. You know, you could.
That's the problem, Prime.
You know, they had Mask of the Phantasm, the animated show.
They didn't say open this book up, homie. Open them 52 universes up. Go make my money. They didn't do that.
I know, but at that time,
they let Marvel take that from them.
I agree, because those executives, I was the former executives at Warner Brothers, they did not know how to handle DC. Because remember, outside of DC Comics, they didn't know how to run DC. They didn't even know what to do with the property. That was the problem for decades, because they didn't know what to do with the shit. So that's the reason why. Because if y'all
they still know.
Right, but this the thing, because they keep on listening to all these individuals and not really understanding what stories that actual people actually want. If you really dive into DC, the material is endless on where you can go. And the problem is that they regurgitate and do Batman so much. That's the problem. Because people,
I couldn't do it. I would be an old ass holdout, dude. I really would be. I'd be a throwback. I would be like, yo, I don't give a shit what Rotten Tomatoes says, what this one says, what that one says. How much did this money make me? Sir, it made you $878 million.
Yeah.
Bam! Make me another one.
Yeah.
But that's the problem with that. But that's the problem with executives. See, the thing is that you think they care about the money. They really care about the critical response. That's what they care about.
Which makes no fucking sense.
I know.
Hey,
think about it.
I just made $878 million. Fuck your feelings.
Look at what the critics said about Sinners.
I get it.
Right?
I get it. But this is the thing. This is the reason why. So we can get over the Transformer. This is the thing that didn't make sense. And a lot of people, it goes over their head. When let's just go with Man of Steel and BVS, okay? Those two movies alone made over $1.5 billion. Just two films. Two.
Yep. Thank you. Yes, that's what I was saying.
Now think about it. Even though it made money, it was the critical reaction that they was focused on. They didn't give a fuck about the money. Why do you think
you are literally listening to somebody in their basement go, Superman is scary?
Yeah, that's what they cared about. They didn't care about the money aspect on how to make money. They cared about the critical response. Until this day, I still don't understand that philosophy. You're making money. You have
banking. You literally are bankrolling your next adventure. Oh man, oh God, BVS came out. BVS was that's not my Superman. I don't give a shit. I just made close to $1 billion making this film.
Right. That's definitely now. Let's go to the next topic. With
one second. Let me highlight. I want to highlight Sin Havoc's comment because he made a good point. But I want to address it. He says everyone keeps saying Gunn just got here, and that's big letters, not true. Sin, I get it. I know the rumors. I know what we've discussed. I know everything that we've discussed in the past. What we're discussing here with Prime, though, is just based on what we can actually prove, like what the news cycles that what we actually know. I get where you're going with this because I do believe that narrative that Gunn has been around much longer than the public is aware.
Everybody's checking. Yes,
I believe that 110%, brother. 110%.
Shout out to Sin. Yep, he is absolutely correct. That motherfucker been around way longer than 2019. I'm gonna tell you right now, he has been around way longer than
Gunn been around. He's been around because he did some nice films. He also wrote some good films. But you also got to remember, James Gunn has a style. He has his own style. And yes, he caters to a demographic that likes cheesy shit. They love that shit. They do. It's graphic humor. They love graphic humor. And I'm not saying it's bad. Some of it is good. I like it. Some of it is bad. I don't care for it.
He created, in my opinion, he's catering to the brain rot generation. The generation that grew up on the brain rot, the TikTok.
Bro, think about this. Think about this. How fast do they get their information, Rocks?
Click of a button.
They don't know what's real, what's fake, what's good, what's bad.
They don't know what it's like to have to wait for a newspaper the next morning,
these kids and this generation is like a machine that's just waiting to upload all of this information that could be possibly just fake as fuck. Not real, just there's no
verification anymore. It's just constant. Put it out there. If it's wrong, we'll retract it, but nobody notices that we retracted. So really, it's not like it was never retracted in the first place. No, I get it, bro.
All right, so the Transformers thing was thrown in at the last minute, so I don't have a banner for it, but I am going to go ahead and share my screen and pull up this article. Let me know when y'all can see that.
Michael Bay. I'm so happy coming back to do.
Perfect.
All right. So the outpouring for the return of Michael Bay has been tremendous. So ever since they found out your boy was coming back, everybody is all over the internet making videos about it. I got to tell you, you know what? The argument has been that he didn't go G1. Now, I'm pretty sure if he did G1 style, it would have been fire, obviously, because I come from the G1 era. But I didn't mind this either.
No.
So I did not mind his take on the way these Transformers look. Right. I didn't mind that at all. And as far as the tone and everything else goes and nailing these characters, to me, he got that down pat. I mean, he did the shit with that. So talk about him with the explosions and make for them. Oh, you can do all that all you want to. What the fuck you think Transformers was supposed to be?
Exactly.
And I would say this, and this is the thing that people don't know if you really pay attention. I'm a Transformer fanatic. Michael Bay never left the franchise. He never left. He just directed the first 4. I mean, the first 5.
Yeah.
He produced.
He did the first 5. I thought he just did the first 3.
Yeah. He did. Yeah, he did
No,
the first
he did
Transformers. He did Revenge of the
He did the
Fallen,
first 5.
Dark
He
of the
directed the
Moon,
first 5.
Age of Extinction, and then the Last Night. Yeah.
Okay.
He directed all 5. So Bumblebee and the Beast Wars, he produced those.
Yeah.
He was an executive producer on Beast Wars, and he produced. It was 5 producers. He was one of the producers. Michael Bay never left. He just didn't direct it.
He didn't direct it. Yeah.
He just didn't direct it. Now, this is the significance on why I say this is good, because for the simple fact, this is up and down, because some people don't like it. Some people love him. Some people like them all. Some
He's
people
a
like
polarizing director, just like
some people like
somebody else.
Some right. See, like right now, Sergeant said Revenge of the Fallen was the best, which a lot of people didn't like Revenge of the Fallen. They hated it. You want to know why they hated it? Because they didn't like the twins. The twins didn't bother me at all, but it bothered a lot of people.
So for everybody who wants to know what the twins are these 2 morons in there that kind of sound like Prime when you think about it. They sound exactly like you, Prime. I was like, wait a minute, hold on.
It's all love, Prime. It's all love.
Yeah,
so for anybody who doesn't know, Michael Bay sometimes has a penchant for this weird kind of sense of humor. He does that. It's just the thing he does. I don't know what else to tell you. That's just what he is. That does not take away from the fact that, in my opinion, he's a brilliant film director. He is.
Yes, Michael Bay. So, he's one of my favorite. Yeah.
So there you go. So
but I'll say this: if you want to get a real Transformer film, and I think a lot of people that's in the chat, when I say this, and I think y'all are going to agree too, if they decide to go ahead and make a strictly Transformers, and he comes back with just a new universe, and have it the way the beginning of Bumblebee was, if they do the movie the same way the beginning of Bumblebee was, you will have a big eruption of Transformer fans and be like, "Well, that's what it should have been in the first place." Do y'all remember what was in Bumblebee at the beginning?
Yeah.
If they do it like that, and they bring us that, I love the Bayverse. Don't get me wrong. But
yeah, the shit was visceral, homie. Bumblebee barely got away. Yeah, that shit was tight.
Right. If it looks like that, dog, trust me. That's one thing that we wanted in the day in first place, but we probably won't even get it. But if we do get it, and there's so many directions that he can go. I'm really looking forward for the crossover with the Transformers and G.I. Joe. I'm looking forward to that. I'm really looking forward to that.
Oh yeah,
I'm really looking forward to that. I'm really looking forward to that.
You know what? That's a crossover. That's actually a crossover that I will watch. I will watch that one right there.
You know, I think
that right there.
I think when
if y'all didn't watch the Beach Wars, I can't even think of the goddamn movie, but it's the last one.
The Beast Wars.
Rise of the Beast.
Rise of the Beast. That's
Rise of the Beast. Yes, because at the end of it, if y'all know what happened at the end. So so that's where they was going. That's the direction they was going. They're gonna team up with G.I. Joe.
They're trying to do the whole cinematic universe thing and incorporate.
Well, you know what I wanted them to do, sort of like Darkseid. I really wanted them to. I wanted to see on screen an actual VFX version of Unicron, the planet transforming and messing up Cybertron. I want to see that.
Well, you got to remember in The Lost King when it ended, Earth. This is the only gripe that I didn't like. I wish Michael Bay didn't do this in the way they wrote it. They actually had Unicron integrated with Earth,
buried into the right. Yeah, that was just like his horn sticking. That was his horn sticking up, and I was just like, wait.
That work.
No, I don't want to. I want to see Unicron. I want to see Unicron.
So where was you going with that? But then they stopped it. So if Michael Bay is going to continue after that, you're going to have to do some major writing to explain that.
Yeah, I think, you know what? I think he was. I think his next movie, was going to be Unicron somehow coming out of Earth or I don't know. I don't know what the fuck he was going to do, but yeah.
You guys can really see the generational difference here. How you two are losing your minds over Transformers right now. I love it. I love it. I love it, bro. I love it. But here's what I want to say real quick, though. Okay, when you take a look at movies, blockbuster movies in the mid to late 2000s, okay, there's really a handful of IPs that define that generation. You've got, in my opinion, you got like the Dark Knight trilogy, okay. You got maybe, the early Fast and the Furious movies, in my opinion, blockbuster. And then the other one for me, personally, mid to late 2000s is the Transformers franchise. When I think of that time, when I think of 2007, 2008, 2009, those Transformers films come right back to me because they defined that generation for me. You know what I mean? They defined. Charles, you're on mute. You're on mute, homie. I think your mic might have died. I warned you about this, bro. I warned him too. I said, you're using a Bluetooth microphone. It's going to die during our stream. He's like, oh, this thing's got 48 hours of life. It's good.
Yeah, I'm really happy that Michael Bay is going to be directing everything now. I'm real happy that he's
I'm so happy he's back too. I agree 110%.
The only thing is that which direction you gonna go, what you gonna do, how you gonna, how you gonna resurrect everything. Because like I said, Rise of the Beast was a good film. Some people didn't like it, and that's fine. That's fine. I enjoyed it. I really did. I'll probably say is that, if you had to rank them, if I had to rank,
can y'all hear me?
Yeah. If I had to rank all 7 films, woo! If I had to rank all 7 films, it's hard. But Dark of the Moon is number 1 for me, and then I got the first one, the second, and then I will put I just give you my top 2. I like Extinction. A lot of people don't like Extinction. I like Extinction a lot. I like Extinction just for the simple fact is that, see, Optimus Prime is my favorite character of characters, any character, even over DC characters. Optimus Prime is my favorite. What pissed me off about the last night was that I didn't like, and I did say something. I did tweet out at the time, and I was like, and I did tweet Michael Bay when he had a Twitter, and I said, why did you make Prime a bitch? We don't act like that.
I got to show it off because I do have it.
Yeah, I got to do.
Okay.
Because when he left in Extinction, when he left, and he was all iced up going to look for the Quintessons on Cybertron, and then he finally found Quintessa and stuff like that. I was like, why did y'all make Prime act like that? That hurt my heart because Prime don't act like that. He ain't weak like that.
Yeah.
That ain't him. That's not him. Now when he became, possessed, super charged.
Hey, can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah, we hear you, homie.
You good.
I got 2 of them.
But like I say, all the Transformers are good in their own right. All of them are good in their own right. It's just amazing to me that everybody loves the hell out of Bumblebee. It's not a bad film at all. It's a good film. But everybody,
it's actually good. Yeah, I like
you know what? I think it's an okay movie, but Bumblebee doesn't rank up there with some of the other ones for me. Like, okay, for me, I gotta be honest with you guys, man. Transformers 1 is the standout. Transformers 1 is the one I could show my kids. It's the one that I have the most memories of. I've probably seen it the most. Transformers 1, in my opinion, was the most complete Transformers film. That's
you got
my thought.
Your thought, okay.
Yeah, I do. Hang on a sec. I do have a special place in my heart for Rise of the Beasts, and I'm going to tell you why. Because I'm a millennial. what did I grow up with? I grew up with, I think it was a different show in the States, but here in Canada, I think it was called.
I know, yeah.
I think in Canada it was called Beasties, and I think in the States it was called Beast Wars. That was
That's right, yeah.
See, here in Canada they called it Beasties. Okay, but I was a product of that, man. Like I was 12, 13 years old. I had the toys. I loved it. So for me to finally see that adaptation on film was amazing. Yes, I was hurt that there were quite a few characters that they decided not to go with, specifically Rat Trap. I was thinking that. I love Rat Trap, and the fact that they never did them, I was like, come on. But for me, it was Rise of the Beast. I love that movie. Transformers 1 and Transformers 2. Transformers 3 lost me because I felt when Megan Fox left and they tried to replace her, it felt too fake. That whole relationship in the third movie, how you just know this chick was a stand-in for Megan Fox. It was supposed to be her character. We know that.
Yeah,
they rewrote so many elements of that movie because of everything that happened. That's why
Megan Fox said some not so nice things about Mr. Bay, and that was pretty much
right.
it. So,
but I'm kind of glad, though. But when he brought her in. Yeah. He actually named her Carly from the actual show.
Yes.
So he did name her Carly from the actual show. So I was, so you bringing in Carly. Okay.
I really want him to bring back Shyla. I know Shyla has had an interesting past with the entertainment industry, but he's done some really great films these last few years.
Shia LaBeouf?
Yes, Shia LaBeouf. He's been doing a lot of independent style films, and he's been killing it on that scene.
His personal life that says nothing about his acting.
Yes. His acting ability is phenomenal, and I would like to see him return to the franchise that made him who he is today. Because nobody, Shia LaBeouf, he had that TV show back in the day, but it was Transformers that really made him a household name, in my opinion.
Yeah, a lot of them. I know Megan Fox really knocking. Well, I doubt it, but if she did, she knows she messed up in a lot of ways. She messed up because for the simple fact is that she was on a franchise that was, and she messed up. I mean, but she did get back in good grace with Michael Bay.
Yes,
she did.
She ended up doing the Ninja Turtles with him, right?
Yeah,
cool. She was April O'Neil.
She was in the Ninja Turtles. So my thing with that is that
I can tell you right now, if she'd have did that to James Cameron, I don't know if y'all know, but James Cameron don't play that shit.
No, she would have lost her job. He ain't.
He would have. He doesn't. No, is it James Cameron? Which one of them is? I think it's him. But yeah, I hear that is it Steven Spielberg? No, I think it's Steven Spielberg, where he doesn't say anything at all. If you wronged him in some way, you just don't hear from him again. Yeah. He's just like it's not an argument, it's not a fight, it's not a back and forth. If he was wronged in some way, if you talk bad about his film, talk bad on set, he was like, that's it. You just didn't hear from him again. He literally just left you on read, basically. Yeah.
You talking Steven Spielberg. I think about that. Steven Spielberg.
Yeah.
It's Steven Spielberg. It's Steven Spielberg.
Yeah. So he's just the way he works, man. That's how he gets down. So
but when it comes to this, I am so excited that Michael Bay's coming back to directing. And it's funny because I think I saw this post on Twitter that really correlated this whole situation with what's going on with DC about how, the director left, the franchise fucking starts to flop, it fails. Even after they give the fans the movie that they wanted, it still didn't do the numbers. And now here we are bringing back Mr. Bay.
And speaking of giving the fans what they want.
Bam. Hashtag Henry Cavill Superman trending event July 11th. Now, listen, I know we are not here to tell you don't go watch the movie. We are not here to tell you how to perceive this. If you guys want to watch Superman, be our guests. We are not trying to force you or force a narrative or tell you that you have to do anything. What we are saying to you, though, is if what you've seen based on these trailers so far, if what you've seen of this movie so far, if it does not appeal to you, if this is not the direction you want to see your favorite IP like DC go, please join us July 11th. Join us for our hashtag Henry Cavill Superman, hashtag wallets closed trending event. We are going to let WB know that this is not the direction we want to see the DC film universe go, and our wallets are closed.
Yep. And I want to add my personal thoughts in there. So, piggybacking off of what he just said, I need everybody to understand. If you are in the chat right now, listening to this, if you're somewhere else watching this podcast, I need you to listen very carefully to what I'm
Charles, see if you can pull up the poster while we talk about it. Phil just Twitter. It's the most recent tweet. He just tweeted it out before we started.
Yeah. Hang on. Go back up.
Brand new. It's the final poster we just dropped.
Got it. Yeah, I got it right here. Hang on a second. Let me pull that up. All right. So as I was saying, while I'm pulling this up, I want everybody to know something about the type of person that I am when it comes to this stuff. I come from a place where you fight for what you believe in and you fight for what you want. You don't give up. You don't just accept and conform to what people want you to conform to. That's where I come from. So not just in aspects in real life. It's about what you want. It's about what you need or what you want and how far you're willing to go to get that. Now, people think that this is just about James Gunn. James Gunn is but a drop in an otherwise vast ocean of the problems that led up to why we are having this trending event. He's a drop. Okay. The problem that personally that I have, why I'm not going to spend my money on Superman, why I'm not going to give it a chance, why I'm not going to, it isn't just because of James Gunn's style, James Gunn tone, or his, I don't give a shit about his personal life, honestly. I really don't. It's got nothing to do with that. The problem that I have is they did not finish something. That is my number one at the top of the list problem. It does not matter if it was James Gunn, if it were James Cameron, if it were some other director that came in and started DC Studios and took over and wrote everything and took over everything. It does not matter. It could be one of them, not necessarily James Gunn. I am not going to see this film, and I am not going to support this universe because you did not finish what you started. I need to make that absolutely clear. The reason why I am not going to spend my money on this universe is because they did not finish what they started. I know it was the old regime. I know they were the ones that fucked everything up. I understand all of that. But just like we said, when you take over something, you inherit those problems.
Yes.
And then you make the choice of whether or not you're going to finish it and have all the fans happy, and then go ahead, it's done. Let's get our reboot on. Keep on moving. The problem I have, let me make it clear one more time. It isn't because of James Gunn, even though I don't necessarily like his filmography. It isn't because he took over the DCU. It isn't because Zaslav. It isn't because of it. It's because they did not finish something. They left Zack Snyder's Justice League on a Kal-El Darkseid face-off that we were supposed to see, along with Lanterns, along with Man, along with Themyscirans, along with Amazon. We were supposed to see that shit.
Mm-hmm.
That is why I'm not doing it. DC, from this point forward, I don't care what movie comes out in DC, they will not get my money until they at least, and if they got to sell it, sell it. I don't really care. Whatever you got to do, whatever you got to do in a way to fix a problem, that's what I want you to do. Give me JL2 and give me JL3. Okay, we can. I would love to get everything else. I would love to get everything else. I would love to get the Batman. Okay, I would love to get a Flashpoint, a proper Flashpoint story. I would love all of that because those things are congruent and they're connected together.
Yes.
But if all I get is JL2 and JL3, then we can start talking again.
Because at that point, Snyder's story is complete.
It's done. Those were the
Zack
he was gonna do.
Zack never had intentions of directing a Batman movie. He never had intentions of directing a Flash movie. Yes, they would have taken place in his universe, but Zack's films were Man of Steel, BVS, Zack Snyder's Justice League, Zack Snyder's Justice League 2, and Zack Snyder's Justice League 3.
Snyder's Justice League.
We simply want Zack's story completed.
That's all.
That's it.
Just asking for 2 movies. You don't even have to put it on the big screen. Throw it on HBO Max just like you did the other 2. I don't care.
Or sell it to Netflix. Sell it to Netflix.
Sell it to anybody. Sell it to anybody that's willing to
Amazon.
do it. Wait a minute. Hold up.
I don't care. Sell it.
Hold up, Rocks. We got a rebuttal here. We got Prime The Godfather. Mr. Godfather, your rebuttal, sir. Go.
I understand everybody's enthusiasm, but I'm in business. So I'm going to let y'all know something. I want the Snyderverse to come back too, but it ain't happening in live action. It's absolutely 1,000,000,000% virtually impossible. It's not going to happen. The only way the Snyderverse will be completed is only through through 2 entities. Animation.
If you say animation and comics, I am going to kill you.
Animation.
You're gonna smack them.
And comics. Now, so let me explain to you. Now, you have to understand when they introduced the DCEU, when they did that, everybody that was part of the DCU, from the actors, the actresses, the directors, the producers, the writers, they had a contract. They had a term contract. Now, when the terms of that contract, they had their salaries and everything already set in place in the terms of the contracts and what they made. And bonuses. They had those all set in stone. All right. Now, when those contracts were already done, y'all have to remember, Justice League came out in 2017.
Mm-hmm.
All right. That was officially the last movie that they actually filmed outside of Aquaman.
Right, because they it was basically part of that continuity.
Right. So outside of Aquaman. Now, with all that, now I don't know if a lot of people know this, but the sad part about this whole situation is that they wasn't going to continue it because they had their own biases. But it also came down to money. And I already know what everybody's going to say. That's the reason why they stopped the Snyderverse. It got too expensive. It was too expensive. And the only reason why, I'm just telling y'all straight facts and I'm telling y'all the real. Y'all can go ahead and y'all can look it up. Y'all can do it. The only reason why we got the Snyderverse is 2 things. Yeah, we campaign. We campaign hard. I was part of that. I wanted it. We campaign hard. We was never going to get it. The only reason why we got it is because HBO Max came into fruition. That's the only reason why we got it. And Warner Brothers needed something to kick off that platform. And with the Snyderverse being in the vault, and it was a big uproar for fans, it was the perfect thing to throw up on there.
Sorry, bro. We got to throw up Sin Havoc's comment. We have to.
All right, yeah, and I see Rock Talks his nostrils flaring over there because I know he got a rebuttal. So before we get into that though, we've been at this for 3 hours and 13 minutes, bro. Let's get ready to wrap this shit up. Throw your final comments and all of that other kind of stuff in the chat. Go ahead and throw up Sin Havoc's.
Yeah, I read it. Go ahead and throw them up. I'll break it down. I'll break it down.
I'll read it. I got everybody. You got it.
Hang on. Which one is it?
Animation and comics. There we go. Animation and
comics can't happen because of the contracts. Jim will sue WBD with the quickness. You will be the biggest. It will be the biggest lawsuit in history. So now, before anybody says anything, Sin and Prime, you got to know this. Sin is also, from what I understand, a business person.
He has never let us wrong. He has never let us wrong.
He has never let us wrong. So I'm gonna tell you right now, Prime, your rebuttal, go, sir.
Okay, so I get what he's saying contractually. I understand those contracts. Jim Lee will not sue them, because for the simple fact is that this discussion with Jim Lee has been discussed. If y'all know, there is a Zack Snyder Justice League comic. Y'all do know that, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so it was already done. So we know that it can be done. The question is,
let me ask you this. You're talking about the storyboards, right?
No, the actual comic.
No, there's a comic out. But let me ask you this, Prime. Let me ask you this, Prime. Before we move on, let me ask you this right quick. So, would it be out of the realm of possibility? Let's just say they make a comic, right?
Right.
That comic or that animated show, whatever, is fucking phenomenal, is successful, and all of that. What are the chances of them turn that last part into live action?
They can't, because I just said it comes down to money. Let me give y'all an example.
How much money do you think it would cost to make a JL2 and a JL3? Based off of the money they already spent. Hold on. Based off all the money they had already spent, trying to clean up the Himanoverse with the notes and James Gunn and all this other kind of stuff, Flash blowing it, Blue Beetle blowing it, and all the rest. So you tell me, how much money do you think it would actually cost after they have already blown, and it was reported over $500 million that they lost? And what was it, Rocks? $500 million, right?
It was around there. Yeah.
It was a big number.
Yeah, it was around there.
It's a big number.
Right now, why would JL2 and JL3 be expensive?
Well, it'll be highly expensive. Y'all forgetting the factor is you gotta remember, the DCEU have a lot of big names. A lot. They got a lot.
So you talking $30 million per person?
Well, Gal Gadot wanted $40 million by herself.
Okay.
I'm just speaking with one person. Y'all fail to realize who's on that roster. And remember, that contract that was already set up, the way they lined it up, everybody was already fixed in their terms and conditions.
At a certain number. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Brian. I get it.
So, Sin Havoc, you're the rebuttal, sir.
Hold on. And the last point is that when it came down, when Zack Snyder Justice League came out, they was supposed to do it episodically, but they couldn't do it.
I did hear that when it came out, it was supposed to come out on HBO Max as a series. That's why it's broken down into chapters. Originally, they were going to release each chapter one by one, but they didn't because of contracts.
Yep.
Oh,
it had to be
the money laundering continues.
Yeah. But I do agree with Sid Havoc. He said that the DCU is different than the ZSJL IP. I agree with that. ZSJL, I know some people will fight me to death on this. It is a separate IP. When Warner Brothers was for sale, when the AT&T sale happened, they were showing off. I remember there was a picture that showed off all the different IPs, right? They specifically highlighted that Zack Snyder's Justice League was a separate IP. They specifically highlighted that.
Yeah.
So
what people fail to realize is that now the cost, y'all fail to factor in on how movie production and how it costs, because people fail to realize there's a lot of stuff that factors in. And you're not even looking at the actual rosters itself for what people want to get paid. Now you got to remember, Gal Gadot herself, she got her name big in what?
It was Wonder Woman. I think it was Wonder Woman that made her. She was in Fast and the Furious. She had other roles, but she was not a household name until Wonder Woman.
Wonder Woman, yeah.
Now you also have to factor in this too. Now you got to remember who's all the actors and actresses that's in the DCEU. Let me name all the big.
You got your Ben Affleck, you got Henry Cavill, you got a lot of big. Here's where I want to rebuttal you, though. Okay, and I have to mention this. We've seen how Zack Snyder does.
Oh, Rocks, you messing up the flow. Rocks, your rebuttal. Go, sir.
My rebuttal. We've seen how Zack Snyder works. We have Rebel Moon as an example. Yes, that might be polarizing, but it might not have been for everybody. But take a look at the formula of how Rebel Moon was shot. I do not doubt that Zack Snyder could shoot Zack Snyder's Justice League 2 and 3 back to back with the budget of one film. I think you give Zack $300 million, you're getting 2 Justice League movies. Filmed back to back. Everybody's done under one contract. They only got to get paid once.
Okay, but you also got to factor this in too. Okay. You got to remember this. Netflix and WB are totally 2 different entities. Netflix is streaming. Netflix
I didn't mention Netflix, bro. I didn't mention Netflix. I'm just saying get it done. Whoever gets it done. If it's WB, it's WB.
Right, but what I'm saying is that they're completely 2 different entities. So whatever Netflix budget is, that's what their budget is, because they're not going to factor in marketing. They're not. WB, they're going to factor in marketing.
But here's the thing, you forget though, they didn't factor in marketing for the original ZSJL released. They didn't market that film. We the fans marketed that film. WB didn't put anything besides a couple of YouTube videos, but there was no commercials, there was no product placement, there was nothing. WB did literally nothing when it came to promoting ZSJL.
Right, they did not. You want to know why?
Well, because they had already marketed and promoted the original.
No. It's not that, because they could do it, but it was already free marketing from the fans.
Any superhero movie is free marketing from the fans. Look at Twitter, bro.
In this day and age, it is. But they already had an agenda. They put that movie out because they need to put something on HBO Max, and they really wanted to shut us up. But they didn't think they really didn't think. They really didn't think.
Hold on. So he makes a good point here too, Brian. Check this out. Netflix already has a contract with WBD along with Amazon Prime. Now, he's talking in terms, right? And he's talking in terms of obviously selling
licensing the IPs, licensing
right?
IPs. They're already doing it. Sandman's one of that's a DC property,
right?
It's over at Netflix.
So what would let's just say, we can keep the costs down and throw it on Netflix, whatever. Are you saying that Netflix would not, or any other studio for that matter, would not pony up the money to pay them to finish this stuff? Is that your belief? Is that what you believe? That they won't pay them?
It's not a belief, it's a fact. They will never do it. Because I'm gonna tell you why. Because you have to
outsource over there. Look at his nostrils.
No, dude. I respect Prime's opinion. I just disagree with it. I do respect.
That's why you're not.
That's fine. Hey, Rock. There is no possible way in hell Warner Brothers will outsource any of their DC properties to another company.
They've already done it.
No, Sandman was already a property that Neil died when he was putting out the Sandman. He was been doing it for years.
What about the Batman animated show that they outsourced to Amazon Prime?
That's after Zaslav had already bought it. They didn't want to keep it. They wanted to sell that.
But Prime.
That's an IP. It's not the property. It's an IP. It's not the right.
Isn't it? It's not the right. You're conflicting your words, homie, and this is where I have to speak out and say it, because like I said, listen, I respect your opinion, but at the end of the day, I believe what I believe. I believe this is possible. I believe it can be done.
Right.
I believe money talks, and whenever
we got a new challenger, Watch. I'm sorry to cut you off, but we got a new one. My friend who is a film finance manager at Netflix told me no one is talking about obtaining the DCEU IP. Now, I'm going to stop right there. I agree with him. Let me tell you why. When was the last time we heard anything about the DCEU other than when Scott Stuber was there as CEO of that particular department, the film department or whatever media department he was head of? He mentioned it twice.
Well, he said
we
something
haven't
like
heard.
the more Zach, the better. That's what
right. Then he went off. He's on his own adventure.
He's gone now. Yeah, he's doing his own
thing.
thing.
And after that, we haven't heard word one about anything going to Netflix.
But here's the thing: the DCEU IP is not the ZSJL IP. Those are completely different IPs,
and that's also true. Yep, that's also true. So to Sean's, so I hear what you're saying, Sean, but we're not talking about the entire DCEU.
And with all due respect, bro, like I could go online and create a YouTube account and say, hey, I got a friend who works at Warner Brothers and he said this. I mean, with all due respect, your word ain't much here. I just gotta call it out. Your word ain't much, bro.
You have to understand when it comes down to these DC characters, they're not owned by nobody else but Warner Brothers. It's not like Marvel.
And that's the sad. And that's the sad part.
Yeah, this is the difference between Marvel and the difference between DC. See, the only reason why Marvel's properties are all scattered over the place is because Marvel went into bankruptcy, so they had to get some type of collateral for their characters. So why do you think that? Let me give you a perfect example. Warner Brothers ain't gonna never do this shit. Sony did it with Spider-Man because Spider-Man is Sony's main property. They outsourced it to Marvel Studios so they can use it because they made a deal. When they made that deal, they got a certain profit by using.
Let me just pull up Sean O'Rourke. I've worked for WB. Okay, if that's the truth, if that is something you would like to speak about, reach out to me privately. Hit me up on Instagram. Send me a private message. We'll bring you on the show. We could talk. If you got credentials and you want to speak on what you know, bro, the platform is here. That's why the Lethal Geeks are here. So the invitation is open. If you are who you say you are, Sean O'Rourke, and you would like to have this discussion with us, feel free to hit me up on our socials, and we will make that happen.
Yeah. Now I will say,
I just there's a missing element in this that I guess that I'm missing because I'm not understanding why.
Well,
go ahead, Prime. You probably gonna fill in what I'm talking about.
Now, all I'm saying is that he's completely correct. WB's finances are in the shit, but just the kicker, they haven't found
that. I do agree with. Yes, we all know
their finances in the shitter. Now, Zaslav has been digging them out. That's why he's been doing. He's been doing a lot of write-offs. He's been selling a lot of IPs. He's been getting rid of properties and getting things and trying to minimize.
He was forced to take a pay cut.
Well, yeah. Well, he should have never got that pay cut in the first place. They're trying to minimize their debt so they can actually get back in the black. Because they way far from being in the black. They so far from being in the black.
And I mean, they are like hundreds of millions of dollars in red, bro. I mean, close to $1 billion. They are. Yes. They hit.
Right. So now the only thing. Now this is the thing. This is why I say they're not going to outsource it, and which is true. It's possible they might, but I'm gonna tell you they're not, because they're trying to get DCEU on the ground, and they're not trying to outsource their characters and have competition with their own shit. That ain't happening. So what I'm saying is, it makes sense. Let me give you an example. Let's just say you make this is the perfect example. Let's just say, Charles, I gave you Batman, okay? Right. And look, I gave you Batman as well. I wanted y'all to do. All right. I wanted you to do a campy Batman. I wanted you to do a serious Batman. Okay. Now, this is the kicker. You have to divide up those profits. WB don't want that.
Here's what doesn't make sense, though, is that it's two different target markets.
Right, but
it's two completely different target markets. So if
let me
demographic, you're not getting their money to begin with.
But let me explain it to you. But when you do that, you got to divide. You have to divide up those profits. WB don't want to divide up their profits. They don't want no middleman. They want the profits for themselves. They don't want nobody else to have their profits, and they don't want no other corporation taking their IP and using it. Yeah, I know it don't.
It sounds like Dr. Evil when he's like, why have billions when I can have millions? Like that's the mentality that they have.
Right, but just the thing though, and you also have to look at this too. It makes sense to us they have to cater to the investors. They don't have no money unless the investors think it's a good and plausible plan for them to invest in these IPs and what you're trying to put out. If the investors ain't gonna give it up, they ain't doing shit. And on top of that,
but that's the thing, though. But that's the thing, though. Prime, they had the same investors there since Hamada. That's what I'm saying, man. They're doing the same stupid shit. The same investors are there watching themselves lose their own fucking money, and they haven't made a move.
And we just saw what happened with Zaslav with his pay cut. That is a sign from the investors. We don't have faith in you anymore.
You are talking what, 10 years worth of Hamada shit, and they're just it's like, dude, you are losing money hand over fist. Why haven't you said, okay, enough is a fucking enough? It looks like this particular universe was doing better than this particular universe. You gave us 9 flops in a fucking row. It is time for you to do something different.
And let's hang on. I just want to throw this out there too, because I see that in the chat's going nuts about this whole money situation. Let me just say this, okay? When Zack Snyder completed his movie, did he ask the studio for a penny?
You said what again?
I said, when Zack Snyder completed his film, ZSJL, besides the money that was needed to actually finish the film, did Zack ask the studio for a penny afterwards?
No, because he didn't want to get paid. He didn't ask to get paid.
And that goes to show this man's character, who he is as an individual.
Right, because he had already got paid for the project.
Yes.
Already.
Now, I would not put it past somebody like Zack. Now, I'm not saying he would not want to get paid to do his job, but what I am saying is that these films are a passion project for a man like Zack Snyder. I am sure Zack Snyder would be willing to work out what some would consider a fair deal to get these films made.
They do it all the time. They got partners on the back end that do it all the time. It wouldn't just be WBD front. It wouldn't just be Stone Quarry or whoever the fuck. It would be their partners and their partners and their part. It isn't just them that invest in all of this shit.
Now, the only way let's say hypothetically, I did this a long time ago. Me and Seal broke this thing down, and I mean, it was great. Me and Seal broke this down. Hypothetically, the only way the Snyderverse can actually come back, because it all comes up to money, you would have to actually get a third.
Real quick, Sean O'Rourke, you're wrong, bro. You're wrong. WB did not give Zack Snyder $1 to complete that film. He did not get any. They gave him the money to finish the VFX, and that was it. After that, he does not make any money off of the streaming. He does not make any money off of the physical sales. He doesn't make any money off of merchandise. Nothing. Nothing.
Correct. He did not. All they gave him was he said he needed what?
I needed like $60-70 million to finish the movie, and that was it.
To finish the VFX, everything else was he didn't get paid. He finished the VFX and he did his thing. That's
the 70 million. Right. The 70 million was for the visual effects and for the additional photography.
Yeah,
there we go.
He needed to complete the movie. Yes.
Right. Yeah. The additional photography was only like 6 minutes. So that was
basically the scene with Joker and Batman at the end, the nightmare scene.
Yeah.
No, because
all right, we are pushing close to it's 3 hours and 31 minutes. Why don't you talk too much?
It's good, but
it's been a good show. We've had a great show tonight, guys. I'm glad Prime is here. It's been very objective. I'm very glad that we got to get your take on this, because it's different than our take, but you know what? We're here to have grown-up conversation, guys.
This is why
we're here.
I know how Prime is, and that's why I wanted him on here. He is the perfect person, because he's not gonna talk out of his ass. He's not gonna act like a child about it. He's gonna tell you what's real, and that's what we like. We like that on here. We have differences of opinion. We're gonna always have differences of opinion, but hey, it is what it is. We are here now, and like I said, the trending event is gonna be going on July 11th. So, like I said, if you want to see this movie, go see it. If you don't want to see it, go ahead and join on in with us. And while it's closed movement, we are kicking it in full gear. Prime, final thoughts, sir.
Hey, all I can say is that I will gladly be joining on the 11th after I see Superman. By the way, I will be watching, but I'll join it. But again, and for the people, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed my time on here. I appreciate it. Everybody coming on out and checked it out, whatever. But just remember, people. Just remember, it's a good we all have our loves, we all have our likes. Everything is objective. Everything is objective. Everything is subjective as well. Everybody have their own opinions about certain things, but we have our passion. And and you could be passionate about certain things. Me personally, I'm passionate about certain things, but I'm very respectful for people. I don't get all crazy and stuff like that. And everybody, you just got to keep it with decorum and stuff like that. But but I would say this: Superman ain't gonna be better than no Man of Steel. And that
no, sir.
I'm a Superman dude. And for all the people, look, I don't really gravitate to man babies because I already know they're in their feelings and they're not really thinking about, they're not looking at it. They're just happy that they're getting a campy Silver Age type Superman. And I'm not mad at that. That's fine. You're finally getting something that y'all asked for. We're going to see how that translates. Okay. We'll see how it translates. And I'm all for it. I'm all for it because I like it all. I'm a DC dude. It's just not my taste. I'm a grounded, serious guy. I like the serious stuff. Okay.
There we go.
I like grounded and serious DC. That's me.
That's me.
But yeah, but again, like I say, it's my last thought, and but it's not beating Man of Steel. Man of Steel is the top Superman film, and do not allow people to tell y'all otherwise or whatever. Don't take my word for it. The proof is in the pudding. Watch it. Look at it. All right, look at it.
Zack Snyder made me a fan of this shit, bro. I saw 78. I was 5, bro. I was 5 years old in 1978. And I still remember this shit.
Right.
And it was a good film. It was great. But it wasn't my guy. You know what I mean? It was just like, it was a good film. And I started getting older. I'm like, okay, yeah. Batman is actually my character. But holy shit, if Superman ain't on his ass, I mean close. You understand what I'm saying? That's how much he made me love that character. He made it was the perfect embodiment of Superman in both worlds, alien and human. It was the perfect embodiment of that. So, hey, if they can top that, good luck.
They won't. Because when I saw it in theaters, when I saw Men of Steel in theaters, with me and my cousin, the images and everything is still severed in my brain. I went to go see that in 3D. Y'all have no idea how good that shit looked.
Man, I bet that first 19 minutes on Krypton was awesome.
That shit, I'm telling you, man, when we saw that for the first time, and it's still severed in my brain. I remember that in 3D when I seen it on the big screen, Man of Steel. It's in my brain. I still look at it. I'm like, y'all have no idea how good that shit looked.
That shit was fire. And it still looks good.
It looks good in 2D. Go ahead.
I don't know. He must have had crack in his cameras or something, man, because I mean, it still looks great. It looks great. It isn't just that it's an older film. It looks great.
Show me any movie that was released in any superhero movie that was released in the last 5 years that Man of Steel doesn't look better.
It looks like that. None. There's not one film that looks that way.
Man of Steel beats out all of them.
Yeah. Rocks. Final thoughts.
All right. Well, you know what? Like I said, Prime, I respect your opinion, but where I differ is, I believe that in the end, fans will get what they want. Zack Snyder said it himself. Zack said, he said it to Skywalker at one of the events that Skywalker went to. He said something along the lines of, in the end, it's the fans. The fans decide what is. The fans decide where it goes. So I don't think this book is ever closed. I think that we just keep pushing, we keep doing our thing, and that's why I think this trending event is so important. That's why I think July 11th is so important. We need to let these studios know that we value our dollar and we want to pay for a quality film. And what we are seeing is not quality. We had something of quality with Henry Cavill's Superman, with Man of Steel, and our wallets are closed until you can finish that. You don't start a story and end it 2 chapters before it's finished. It doesn't make sense. That's like giving you that's like, hey, that's like Marvel saying, hey, we're going to give you Avengers Infinity War, and then we're not, sorry, what was it? There was two. There was Avengers Infinity War, and what was the other one?
Endgame.
That's like saying, okay, we're going to give you Infinity War, but you're not going to get Endgame. We're going to stop it at Infinity War. That's essentially what DC did, bro. We are waiting for Darkseid to return.
I'm with you. I'm sorry about that shit.
Okay, guys.
And y'all be,
you know.
Y'all be amazed on the people that actually started watching the.
But yeah, let me wrap it up here. I think that in the end, we get what we want. We are the paying customer. They need to listen to us. We are going to keep going, keep pushing, keep trending, keep talking about this stuff. Even if Superman does well, that's not going to change what we want as consumers. That changes absolutely nothing. We are still going to continue to keep fighting for what we want, for the completion of Zack Snyder's universe.
Exactly.
So,
and it's going to read. This is leading into my final thought. Look.
So hang on, real quick. July 11th. Hashtag Henry Cavill Superman. Hashtag wallets closed. Join us, guys. Join us.
Yeah. My final thoughts are this. Like I said, I come from a place where when you wanted something changed, you fought for it.
Yes.
It's that simple. It doesn't matter what other people think of it is. What matters to me is the principle of it all. People always ask the same questions as why we won't give us so much flack about why we just won't give this stuff a chance. I'm going to show you why, and this is going to be my final thought. I'm going to show you why we won't give it a chance here, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all see that?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to go and read it for you if you can't see it. Make it a little bit bigger.
Oh, I know where you're going with this. Oh, I know. I already know.
Do you see? I need everybody in the chat, everybody's watching. I need you to see what I just put up here. This is the chasm in DC. This is the reason why this fight exists right now. Because it isn't James Gunn just giving this generation what they want. He's always been like that. That's what you guys need to understand. He can't change who he is because this is who he is. Zack Snyder said, or this was something he believes, and then he had said something similar to that a while back about he wants to give you a movie that'll fuck you up. He doesn't want to give you something pretty nice and a bowl that you're going to forget about in 5 fucking minutes. He wants to give you something that you are going to have an everlasting impression of when you leave that theater. So he said, so somebody was quoting him, and this is what he believes. Snyder wholeheartedly embraces this stuff, and there's nothing cynical about his indulgence. He believes that superheroes directly tie into our ancient myths and religious symbols, and he wants to make the rest of us believe it too. He repeatedly goes overboard with the ritual and the portents and the stone-faced gravity. Basically, what he's saying is sometimes he's over the top. That's basically what that means. But it's hard not to respect the guy. Nobody has bought into the superhero ethos more than he has. These are not paycheck gigs for him. This is about as personal as it gets. Mm-hmm. The man is an artist. Do you understand that? James Gunn makes films with a camera. Zack Snyder is an artist.
Yes.
And believe it or not, both of these men went to art school. Yeah. I told y'all, James Gunn went to Columbia. He got his fine arts degree. So if he really wanted to do this shit right and serious, he probably could. He just doesn't want to tap that part of his whatever. I don't know. James Gunn says, I love superheroes. I also think that they are the dumbest things that ever existed. I have no happier times in my life than lying in my bed when I was 12 reading. I can almost picture that scenario. This is written like a little kid to me when he says this stuff. Do you understand why that this divide is happening? It's because y'all want, forget about it in 5 minutes, stupid slapstick, silly, dumb shit, and you want to throw that on something that's this important to a lot of people. children, little kids, little boys, little girls, and whatnot. Why do you think that they wear a Superman or a Batman t-shirt when they're kids? Is it because they're goofy?
No.
That's not why they wear those clothes. That's not why they put on a shirt that's got Superman's symbol on it. It's not because they're silly. It's because they believe they are actual heroes.
Yep.
And they want to grow up to be like that.
Yep. And when you get older,
that's how we all, as children, got inspired by this stuff. It isn't because they were I didn't get inspired by Batman because Batman was campy. Sure, I saw the Adam West Batman. You know what I thought of it? Even as a kid, it was the dumbest shit I have ever seen in my life. As a kid.
It was funny though.
It was. But you in hindsight, you grow up and you're like, damn, this shit is dumb.
Yes, it is.
And then I saw Keaton's Batman and I was like, there you go. Right there. Keep doing that. And if you want to do James Gunn's version, do James Gunn's version. Just give everybody room to play, baby. That's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Give everybody room to play. You have DC is a wide berth of stories. Prime, I got a one sitting on my shelf called hang on a second, let me show you. Knocking all my stuff down. Look at this. They can make a movie out of this book, Prime. Check this out.
Batman Begins. Batman. Oh yeah.
No.
Batman Beyond.
Future's End.
Yep. If they could do one with McGinnis, that's hard.
Yeah. They can make a
McGinnis, that's hard.
Have you read the synopsis for this? This book is insane.
I haven't read that one. I haven't read that.
You need to read it. That book is insane. So I don't know. My problem will always be when you have the resources and the knowledge and the tools, and if you are surrounded by people that know what the fuck they're talking about, you are going to get what you want. You just have to listen to them. When Iron Man came out, when Captain America came out, when what was it, Thor came out, those three movies together still didn't make as much money together as BVS and Man of Steel did. He made 2 movies and already got them over $1 billion.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Come on now, what are we talking about?
I hate that saying where everybody's like, oh, well, you got Batman and Superman in the same movie. It should have made over $1 billion. It's like, by that logic, look at how many characters James Gunn has in his movie. Shouldn't that make over $1 billion? You got Green Lantern in there. You got Hot Girl. You got Crypto. You got Superman. You got Metamorpho. Or like, by that same logic, right? Shouldn't this movie make over $1 billion? So what's the excuse?
Well, technically, it did make $1 billion after you count.
And that's the problem that I have. The problem that I have is the hypocrisy. Mm-hmm. Suddenly now it's, he can have as many characters as he wants. Suddenly now all he has to do is the bare minimum. All I need to do is make my 200 and I only need to make my $225 million back, and that's it. Are you kidding me? If these investors are actually up in Warner Brothers saying, yeah, that's cool, man, just give him his budget back. We don't care if we lose more money. Are you serious? In what world is that real? Where they don't care about losing more money? What scenario? Give me one.
Money laundering.
I never understood executives' minds sometimes. I mean, money is right there. They just don't want to take it. I never understood it. They're more worried about critical praise than anything, and that's what they care about.
And I do not understand that. When it comes to something like this,
they hypocrites though.
I might be getting bad Rotten Tomatoes scores, but somebody just gave me $878 million.
Actually, BVS.
Do you understand that? The people that gave me $878 million, I'm listening to them.
Yes, because BVS.
I am not listening to anybody else.
Yeah, because BVS should have had 1.5 easy, but WB sabotaged the film.
They pulled it early. They took it out of China, I think, or they took it out of.
No. They sabotaged it because they wanted to have more showings at the theater, so they took the 30 minutes out.
Oh, the 30 minute,
that's what they did.
So when they put the Ultimate Edition out, you saw it now, and I know we got to go, but the Ultimate Edition DVD, was in the top 30 of highest big Blu-ray DVD selling of the time.
I'm going to tell you, in another way that they sabotaged it was by telling people that there was an Ultimate version the weekend after release. Because when you're telling the general audience, hey, we have another version of this movie that's going to come out on Blu-ray/DVD in 3 months from now, what incentive are you giving them to go see the version that you have in theaters right now?
Yes.
You don't have a lot of incentive to go see the movie if 3 months from now you're going to release a Blu-ray with a better version of the same movie.
Which made it, and then when people, when they watched it, I remember everybody's reaction when it came out. They was like, "What the hell was WB talking about? Why didn't they put this out?" This is probably what they was watching when they was doing the screenings before they let it out. This is the version that they was watching. They're like, "Well, why they put this out? Why didn't they put this out?" And that was the thing. It would have made 1.5 a little bit more easy.
Yeah, I believe it.
Yeah, and I'm about to close it off now, but exactly. Prime, that's exactly what I said. Somebody said, "Oh, but it dropped off 60%." I'm like, all they had to do was leave that shit in the theater for 2 more weeks.
2 more weeks.
Yeah, and they pulled it. You was right. You right, Rook. They showed it. They pulled it early.
I'm pretty sure they pulled it early.
They pulled it early. Yes, that all they had to do was leave it. They had at first they cut 30 minutes, and then they pulled it from the theaters the moment a couple of bloggers started complaining about it. That's when they took it off. I would have been like, "Fuck you! I'm leaving this shit up here till the well runs dry. I'm getting my billion.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get my billion. I don't care what the drop off is." And that's my point. But back to this. This is exactly what the problem is right here for us, ladies and gentlemen, for the gun fans who love gun and want to hear why we don't want to give his universe a chance. This is exactly why. These two men are different. They are
completely
different people. They are polar opposites. Both of them went to film school and art school, sure. But when it comes to the work and how seriously they take it, Zach makes his own fucking cameras. Do you understand that?
Bro, he shoots shit in his driveway with an iPhone that looks better than...
He shoots film with an iPhone. This man is a photographer. He is an artist. That is why we love his work. That is why we love his visual representations of his work, and that is why we love his philosophical takes on them as well. That's why we love Zack Snyder. It ain't just DC. It's everything. Except for I didn't like the Owl movie. I really couldn't get with
Guardians of Galaxy.
Yeah, I couldn't get with all that. But yeah, but that's the point that we are making. Zack Snyder is not some edgelord or some Nazi or some MAGA or whatever the hell you think he is. He's not that person. I don't know where y'all got all of that shit from, but that's not Zack Snyder. When you see him making movies about that Nazi type behavior, he's making it for the little guy to beat the big guy's ass. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
That's how he makes his films. Sucker Punch, right? Abused women, sexual assault, the whole bit. That's what that film was about. It was about empowering women, and it was a phenomenal film.
I love Sucker Punch too. I think, and people always crash on it. I like Sucker Punch. I
love that film, bro. It empowers women. That's what that film was about. If you paid attention to it.
Yep.
We pay attention. We pay attention to stuff like that. Y'all want to go to the movies and laugh for 5 minutes and then forget about the shit and spend hundreds of dollars? Cool. You go right ahead and do that shit. But I'm not about to spend my money on something that's not gonna move me one way or the other. I'm not going to do that. You can't ask me to move on to something that's hanging in the air, that's hanging with a conclusion, to go straight to this, to what James Gunn says here, and you expect me to be okay with that? No, we're not okay with that. We will never be okay with that. That's I don't care what they do. I don't care if the Snyderverse ever gets made. We are not going to stop fighting for it until somebody does something. It's that simple. So you can hate our tenacity, you can hate our gall, you can hate our unwillingness to give up, but we're not giving up.
Never.
We're not. It's that simple. A man was done wrong. I believe in shit like that. Y'all might not believe in fair play and all that other kind of stuff that might be hokey and old to you, but I believe in that. When you do somebody wrong, you make that shit right. Fix it. That is all you have to do. And if you fix it, guess what? You probably got people to be like, all right, let's see what my man got. Let's see what else he got up in his DCU. Let's see what he got. Let's see what he can do. We'll give it a fair, honest chance. But because you did not finish something and then you started something new is the reason why you're in this spot to begin with, like we've been telling you for the last fucking 13 years. And I'm through.
All right, Charles. Real quick, before we close this out, I want to let the audience know tomorrow, guys, there will be a major announcement on our social media platforms. A major announcement, guys, tomorrow. All I will say tonight is ready the Armada.
Oh, yeah, that was going to be wow. Oh, yeah. Look, Prime know what's up. You know what's up, don't you, Prime?
Yeah, I know.
You know what's up. Okay. Prime know what's up. All right. Hey, Prime.
I ain't said I already know.
All right, everybody. Prime, again, bro, thank you so much for stopping by here and providing all your insight and your wisdom. I know not everybody's getting along with what he's saying. Hey, I don't like it either, but we'll just have to see how it all plays out because he could be wrong. They could just flip on a dime and say, you know what? We're going to go ahead and finish this shit. Right, Prime? They could do it if they really wanted to.
If they really could do it if they wanted to. They just have to. They have to get the money. They could do it if they wanted to do it. If they really wanted to, they could.
All right, guys. Thanks again for coming out. Thank you to the chat. Everybody in the chat tonight, guys. This has been a long stream tonight. We did not mean that this to go for 4 hours. It was Prime and Rock's fault. I'm telling you, it's not my fault. So don't hate me.
Good content. We got
my wife probably gonna kill me.
Yeah, I gotta get ready to go to bed. I appreciate it.
Yeah. All right, absolutely. Prime, thank you so much for coming out again, man. We really appreciate it. Guys, this has been episode 25 of the Lethal Geeks podcast. Thank you so much for coming out. You guys have a good morning, good evening, good night, wherever the heck you are from in the world. Thank you so much. Rox.
Good night, everybody.
Right.
I don't know what to say, really. 3 minutes to the biggest battle of our professional lives. All comes down to today. And either we heal as a team, or we're going to crumble. Inch by inch, play by play, till we're finished. We're in hell right now, gentlemen. Believe me. And we can stay here, get the shit kicked out of us, or we can fight our way back into the light. We can climb out of hell. 1 inch at a time. Now, I can't do it for you. I'm too old. I look around, I see these young faces, and I think, I made every wrong choice a middle-aged man can make. I pissed away all my money, believe it or not. I chased off anyone who's ever loved me. And lately, I can't even stand the face I see in the mirror. You know, when you get old in life, things get taken from you. I mean, that's part of life. But you only learn that when you start losing stuff. You find out life's this game of inches. So is football. Because in either game, life or football, the margin for error is so small. I mean, 1/2 a step too late or too early, and you don't quite make it. 1/2 second too slow, too fast, you don't quite catch it. The inches we need are everywhere around us.
Hell yeah.
They're in every break of the game, every minute, every second. On this team, we fight for that inch. On this team, we tear ourselves and everyone else around us to pieces for that inch. We claw with our fingernails for that inch. Because we know when we add up all those inches, that's gonna make the fucking difference between winning and losing. Between living and dying. I'll tell you this, in any fight, it's the guy who's willing to die who's gonna win that inch. And I know if I'm gonna have any life anymore, it's because I'm still willing to fight and die for that inch. Because that's what living is. The 6 inches in front of your face. Now I can't make you do it. You gotta look at the guy next to you. Look into his eyes. Now I think you're gonna see a guy who will go that inch with you. You're gonna see a guy who will sacrifice himself for this team because he knows when it comes down to it, you're gonna do the same for him. That's a team, gentlemen. And either we heal now as a team, or we will die as individuals. That's football, guys. That's all it is. Now, what are you gonna do?